the YouTube stream as well. Let me make sure everything is looking golden. Because sometimes things are not. How do I look at my own channel?
Point of an invisible...
Too loud? Okay. Channel, come on. There I am. Okay. Things are looking good there. Okay. Alright. Let's tweet that out. Twitch. Okay, and now the YouTube link. Come on, come all. The circus is in town. It was honestly between this and Helldivers 2, and I decided, honestly, to go with this. Hello, Hellhunter. Hello, Andrew Brown. Hello, Titus Manning. Hello, Gravemind. The Juggernaut is coming back. What mod we playing, brothers? It's called Mjolnir Unchained, which sounds like a Doom mod. But I promise you it is not a Doom mod. Welcome, chatters. Hey, Talcha. Congrats, Talcha. You are the first person in here. How you doing, Talcha? Things going well? Mr. Late Night Gaming. I repeat, the Juggernaut is coming back. To be honest, I was so blown away with the mod that I didn't even get to the Juggernaut part. I spent a majority of my time goofing off in Metropolis. This mod is sick. It's sick. There's I gotta show you it, okay? It's hard to put into words how sick this mod is, but it's cool. It's great. Metal Gear Solid 4 is finally free from... I feel like I just got flashbanged by that intro. Hopefully that wasn't too loud for you guys as well. God, I hate the MCC's boot up screen. It's so not Halo-y. It's like the intro to like a Saw video game adaptation, you know? I hate it so much. I don't know why they went with it. Yeah, man, the alpha test is ready. I've been meaning to message you on Discord. It is already. The alpha test? Cool, cool. Cool beans. Wow, that fast, actually. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid free, Metal Gear Solid 4 is finally free from the shackles of the PlayStation 3. It will now be able to be experienced by more people. Is it coming to the Xbox as well? Very Frutigo Arrow wallpaper, LNG. See, this is the one time where you're kind of correct. Because that is Frutigo Arrow. Let's not start with the Armory. Let's start with Cairo Station. I'm also going to be doing this on easy because, okay, this mod is so sick. But it's not very well balanced, unfortunately. There is a lot that is always going on. There's lots of AI. They shoot very fast. They're very accurate. Your guns are accurate too, which I guess helps, but because of that, there has to be more enemies that are super accurate, and it gets pretty tough, even on normal difficulty. Oh my god, thank you for the bits! For the 50 bits! That's so kind of you! That's 50 of them! I played this mod expecting for more weapons, but I didn't find many along the way. Okay, that's... I didn't see a lot of new weapons, but I saw weapons behaving differently than I was expecting. As well as familiar encounters feeling very different. Like this, let me say, as we play this, what you're going to focus on is the atmosphere that this mod is creating, as well as the art direction. Because a lot of mods, what they tend to do, which I am not at all complaining about, okay? Because I think everybody's first stab at something usually is very messy. I should know. But a lot of mods that try to remix campaigns or do visual upgrades, they'll do something like straight up 1-to-1 porting Halo 2 Anniversary Master Chief into Halo 3 or Halo 4 or something. And the model quality is completely different from everything else in the game. The texture style is very different from everything else in the game. The normals, the reflection. So it doesn't look better than the original game. It looks very very kind of like incoherent a little bit aesthetically. Like you can tell that a bunch of models from different video games and tech pipelines have just been plopped into something. And usually the colors are not mixed or balanced very well, so they stick out in the environment, in not in a good way, not in like a gameplay enhancing way, more in like a it looks like something is broken or bugged under the hood, you know? I think of like those mods that recolor the brutes in Halo 3, which is a very admirable idea to do, but I've yet to see one that actually looks good, because usually it makes the brutes look like sports cars, you know? Mythic Overhaul moment. I love Mythic Overhaul, but that mod is very guilty of that. Full game mod and not just a few levels. It is not just a few levels. Or unless you're saying, am I just going to play a few levels? Which let's not do that. Let's try to go for the full thing. But Halo 2 is also a long game when you're entertaining people. Zeus, your son has been remade. Yeah, they announced that they're going to be remaking the God of War trilogy, which is cool, I guess. It's just so early in production that all they got was a logo. It's just a logo, and it's like black background, God of War logo, keyframed to zoom in slightly. Then keyframe a reveal of remake underneath God of War trilogy. And then you can add a layer with a transparent background of like embers floating up towards the screen. And boom, there you go. That's your trailer. It's like very simple. So it's hard to be excited about that, unfortunately. I found out one of my grandmas is on hospice. Dude, I'm so sorry about that, Isaiah. I'm so sorry about that. Like the Mass Effect 4 teaser that released 6 to 7 years ago. LOL. Yes, exactly. Where it was like very impressive animation, guys. But a game has not been started yet. So this reveal means nothing. There is a single mod for Halo 1. It's not even like a mod. It's more like assets that the community can use in the Halo 1 engine. And it's Halo Wars 2 banished vehicles that have been ported to the game. And what the modder did was rebuild them so that they look like they were made with Halo 1 tech. So the texture quality, the bump maps and everything, they are very primitive looking. But by being primitive, they look at home. Nothing in that drop of banished assets looks more detailed than anything else in Halo 1. I feel bad for the High Guard devs, but also one blamed gamers for getting them fired. No, okay. The grifters are at it. The chuds pretending to be offended and mad about a game that they actually don't care about. I read that developer's breakdown, and what the developer specifically blamed was like the chuds and the grifters for like hopping on the game and getting excited about monetizing its downfall, which is not the whole. It's not the whole picture as to why Highguard failed, but it was not nearly as bad as people are saying. The developer was not blaming. They were more like lamenting the fact that this is the culture we exist in, where people genuinely celebrate the downfall and closure of studios, and that some people have actually turned that into a career. Now, talking about toxic positivity is a whole nother story, because a lot of that post from that developer felt like toxic positivity, like made manifest, you know, where it was like all the feedback we got on Highguard internally was there's no way this game is going to fail. There's no way that, you know, like if anybody's worried about anything, it's not your game. And it's like, if I played Highguard early, if I was even privately invited to Highguard, I would be very worried about the game. Like, that would be my early feedback, is like, guys, seriously consider a direction pivot, because this game is not it. I still haven't played Highguard because I have to run my PC in Secure Boot to run it, and I'm like, for Highguard? No. I'm still amazed that they released a new IP hero shooter in this day and age. I'm not, but that's mostly because of how long it takes for games to make. Like, unfortunately, development cycles now are so long that games can age out of trends that are popular. So immediately off the bat, we're making heavy use of those dynamic shadows, you know? But that's not all that's changed. As you can see, we're using some of those pre-release animations. Some of the materials you've probably noticed are a little bit different, a little bit more shiny, a little bit more reflective. As a side effect of the dynamic lighting and, you know, limits on how many shadows can be on screen at any given time, or I think like the complexity of something about like that. There's gonna be lots of pop-in. You can fix some of the pop-in by lowering the field of view, but it's only gonna do so much. Okay. Did we ever figure out how to get Reshade to work for Halo 5 Forge PC? We have not. If anybody knows how to get Reshade to work on Windows platform apps, please get in contact with me, because I need you. I need you badly. I'm trying to get Reshade working on Halo 5's Forge port for the PC. Is this a Vengeful Vadim mod by any chance? It is not. Oh my god, it's Halo 2. You know what? You say that. Let's jump to a more crazy level, okay? You've just like, oh, you're gonna have it now, okay? I'm gonna let you have it now. Let's see you eat those words after this mission. Highguard had a 2 to 2.5 year dev cycle. In my opinion, hero shooters were already getting stale in 2023. Did it have 2 to 2.5 years? I thought it's been in production for somewhere like 4 or 5 years. Maybe I'm confusing it with Concord.
You all right, Chief?
Shake it off, Marines. Clear the crash site. Go, go, go.
LNG, what's your opinion on the Havoc mod? Which one is the Havoc mod? Is that the one where there's like Modern Warfare guns in it and gore? I haven't played too much of that one, if that was the case.
Over there. I hear you.
Okay, let me know how the game audio is. Let me also make sure that music. Okay, game music volume. Let's also turn this up. Okay. I was wondering. Because all throughout... So, do you remember that massive AA gun in the E3 stuff? What he's also done to the audio for Halo 2 is freaking awesome. Because all throughout the early level, you can hear the, like, distant sounds of the AA gun firing.
They didn't know we're here before. They do now. Here they come. Up high.
It's a bit quiet? Okay, let me turn it up. You can also hear radios and stuff like... You know, like... some of the sound effects that they used for the reveal. Where are they? Oh, there they are. Oh, I can see my motion tracker now. I thought the pre-release BR was only semi-auto and zoomed. I might be misremembering. No, it was fully auto all the way, but this mod also isn't like trying to make the balancing like pre-release. It's also just like trying to make it cool, you know? You know, like you can see all the extra environmental detail that's been added. And he also changed the time of day to like a sunset or like a early sunrise.
Uncle.
Because I guess the mission he did rename it to like sunrise over Mombasa.
We got jackals in the courtyard. Man, this in there is tight.
This is a different sound effect.
They ain't cool.
I love the jackal shields.
Let's find them.
I'm wondering where you've been. You haven't streamed in a while. Oh, there's a lot of stuff that's going on. But thankfully, things have stabilized. I'm also... Premiere Pro has been shitting the bed. I am so angry with Adobe. Because this new PC ran Adobe fine. It ran it amazing, actually. Like, Premiere something I can use without hitches. I can do all sorts of crazy, ambitious projects. Then something happened, and maybe 2-3 weeks ago, Premiere Pro started shitting the bed in terms of performance. Like, random hitching, lagging, for no discernible reason either. Just, like, no reason. It will randomly hitch up and lag. And I'll open up, you know, the control panel to see what the hell's going on, because it feels like, you know, it feels like a memory issue. Like, just suddenly huge performance drops. And it takes a little while to kind of recover. And everything's fine on the control panel front. Like, fine. Just for some reason, every couple of seconds, it decides it needs to start lagging. There needs to be input delay. And it made it, like, unusable. So I'm in the process of learning DaVinci. And DaVinci, let me tell you, is super cool, but very overwhelming, because now I'm relearning all of, you know, like those little tricks, like how good I got at integrating visual effects and graphic details, you know, like putting Halo 2 UI elements into the gameplay itself. I now have to relearn all of it. All of it. Because the workflow is very different. It uses like a node system. It's kind of like difficult to explain.
Meet you there. Over. Copy that. Someone get a satchel on the gate.
Those early animations look stiff. This one? This is the Combat Evolved Assault Rifle reload. It's just slowed down a little bit. To be honest, I like it better than Halo 2's animation.
Hunter.
Do you see how much cooler this looks with all the dynamic shadows and stuff? Oh boy. Hell yeah.
Second squad, this is Cortana. What is your status? Over.
We're operational, ma'am.
All right.
Barely. Our pilots didn't make it.
Find a hole. Stay put. We'll come to you.
This is an instance of a mod for one of these Halo games where I think genuinely there is like experienced art direction that went into this. It doesn't feel like just a random hodgepodge of assets, because there's stuff that contributes to the atmosphere that doesn't, like I mentioned, even the sound design has been slightly changed in the environment. You can hear off in the distance the AA gun firing. You can see, like, it's like little areas that I would always look at, you know, to see, like, you know, like, okay, Halo 2 does not look better than Halo 1. Let me show you. Let me zoom in. But it's, like, look at all the extra detail in the environments to bring it to life. I don't know, like, I don't know much about the person who created this, but something's fishy in that it feels like this is not this modder's first time, his first rodeo, you know? I'm really impressed with just, like, the success at adding more atmosphere to Halo 2's levels, which sometimes I think Halo 2 lacks a bit of atmosphere due to, you know, like, its rushed development cycle. You can tell that they didn't have time to do certain things, and quality had to slip a little bit just to get the game playable. Like, you can hear jets and stuff flying overhead. By the way, I'm still working on Rebecca's birthday art, but I'm struggling with a theme for it. Isaiah, that's awesome. You're making her birthday art? But also, I have a question whether or not it was a good idea to make another live service game when players have been pretty vocal being burnt out for the last 5 years. No, that was also very stupid. Dude, let me say, if I became a game developer, I would be, like, at maximum a 3-man team, and our first game would be a game about a block navigating an anti-block world, and you have to jump over, like, I don't know, triangles or circles. Like, that would be, like, it would be so low budget, so not multiplayer and large player count focused, and we would probably release it for, like, $10. I would not. You would have to put a gun to my head to make me think that making a multiplayer game right now is a smart idea. Has this mod ever been completed? It's been completed. Isn't this cool, though?
Glad you could make it. Crash site's on the other side of this hotel, Chief. Covenant are crawling all over.
Here, let me show you what I was doing. I was so impressed with this that I had, like, this up on my screen. This is a reshade filter that I made for it. Took a little bit of tweaking to try to get it to not look, like, super duper shitty. And to kind of emulate the way, like, light diffuses on CRT monitors and stuff. But I'm not super happy with it, but I'm all right with it, you know.
Stay out of sight.
Do you hear all the gunfire? All right, fellas, let's get going. One thing I will forever love about Halo 2's rush development cycle is how they added timers for most firefight sections in case enemies didn't spawn or get stuck behind a wall. That's funny. Man, I wish Halo 2 made more use of copy and paste environments. I know that that's probably like a hot take, because the thing everybody hates about Halo 1 is the copy paste environments. But I feel like they could have gotten a lot more mileage out of the play spaces that they made, because part of the reason that Halo 2 has so many, like, stop and defend a position, defend the elevator as it slowly moves floor by floor by floor downwards. is because of all the feedback they got from Halo 1, where it's like players were so sick and tired of the copy-pasting. So they wanted to get as much mileage out of every single play space as they could. And I'm not sure if I liked that their solution was, you know, a wave defense game. Hello, LNG. How have you been? Resident Evil Requiem is right around the corner, and I am nervous about one thing. Capcom might kill a certain legacy character, that being Claire Redfield, and worse, kill her off unceremoniously, such as how 343 killed off the Spartan team in the comic, where they also died a stupid death. If they kill Claire Redfield, it will be okay. I think Resident Evil is a franchise that gets away with like a lot of silliness, and then it comes up with logical explanations for why those characters come back, or maybe not logical, but you know, in-universe explanations for having those characters come back. Like, I would not worry too much. What I would instead focus on is the drama of the story. You know, I'm like, oh my god, that's sad. And understand that even if a character dies, you will 100% see them again. Like, it's gonna happen. You know, you're gonna see characters again. Just because that's the nature of long-running franchises. And look at this. By the time we get to this part of the level, it's starting to become brighter. It's less dark, less moody. Like, it does feel like time is passing as we progress the level. Shit.
This tunnel links up to the bridge.
Oh boy.
But it beats swimming.
Got one. Nice one, muchacho.
I'm happy with the setting and gunplay, but I can't stand the map sizes. It just ruins the experience for me, as I love vehicles and air. For Halo 2?
All of us.
Oh, I'm not a fan of BF6. Oh, we're talking about Battlefield 6. Battlefield 6 is a game where I was addicted to the beta, and even though I thought that there were some problems that players weren't ready to talk about yet, I learned that lesson with Halo Infinite. Before everyone else with Halo Infinite, I was like, guys, this grappling hook is not good for the campaign. This is very bad for level design. And everyone got mad at me for saying that. So I learned my lesson. I didn't say anything because everyone was so excited with Battlefield 6, but now it seems like a lot of the things that I thought were not great are indeed not great, and are kind of, at the moment, the weakest aspects of the game, which is the insane pacing, and the strange time to objective or time to action goal that the developers have set for themselves, where it feels like they have some kind of internal thing that they want to hit, where it's like within 30 seconds of spawning you have to be at the objective or in a gunfight. And I don't know. I think it makes for less interesting maps. Claire Redfield is my top favorite character of all time, with Chief and Sonic. Oh, hell yeah, you like Sonic too? She has also been underused in the Resident Evil franchise, so killing her off also means she will have only been in 4 games, 3 if you do not count the Resident Evil 2 remake. That is my frustration if they kill her off. I hear you. I would say don't see it as killing off if the death is narratively satisfying. We don't even know if she'll die either, you know? And also, don't assume that her dying in the game means you'll never see her again, because there will be future remakes where she will probably, most definitely star in them. There will inevitably be a revival where, you know, like, it's revealed she didn't die after all. It was a Umbrella clone. Oh my god! Okay. I mean, the fact that, like, this reboot of Resident Evil has sort of taken over the place of the previous games. Like, what happens if they do a 3rd reboot of Resident Evil in the future, you know? One thing we do know, there are 6 Raccoon City survivors who have been killed, according to what Leon said in one of the trailers. Oh, I don't think it's going to be Claire Redfield, then. They wouldn't do that.
It blew right through us. 50 cal, rockets...
It's going to be people who don't matter. Here's my extremely lukewarm take. Nathan Drake had a better finale than Indiana Jones.
Where's the rest of your platoon?
Wasted, Sarge.
I could believe that. People don't like the new Indiana Jones movie, do they?
No, sir.
I haven't played Nathan... What? I was going to say Nathan Drake and the Uncharted 4. Like, it's an Indiana Jones movie. I didn't play Uncharted 4, nor did I play Uncharted 2 and 1 and the spin-offs. The only one I've played was bits of 3, I think.
Stay with the Master Chief. He'll know what to do.
Yes, sir, Sergeant.
Thanks for the tag.
The one hopeful theory is that it would mostly be characters from the Outbreak games. I'd imagine it will most definitely be characters from the Outbreak games, if not characters you've never heard before, because even those Outbreak game characters, they could potentially just keep in their pockets and use later. It feels like they saw how players didn't like the ultra-large maps that BF 2042 had and decided to do the polar opposite of that for their game. That's exactly what happened. They saw the comments about pacing. They saw the comments about how boring 2042 was early in its life when the maps were clearly not... where there was just, like, no game flow, you know? And they overcorrected. They overcorrected, and they overcorrected in a very calculated manner. Something I think I've always liked about DICE in the past is that it feels like they obviously valued like player testing, data collection, you know, data analysis and stuff, and crunching the numbers. But they understood that there is a delicate balance of spawning and running to the objective, or the distance between objectives, or they had this understanding of if they put 2 objectives in one specific area, how it will influence the way that players behave. And this new team at DICE, they don't seem to have that knowledge, like that instinct on how to design maps or place flags. It's like the little things, you know, the lost knowledge as your team loses, you know, legacy talent. Like, as an example, every single Battlefield game did this cool thing where if you were like, you know, like, oh, you're holding your gun, and then you pause the game, after like 3 seconds maybe, your soldier would lower their weapon. You could see behind the pause screen is the soldier lowering the weapon in first person, because you're paused, you know? Your soldier's, like, in his brain doing stuff. And is it important? No. But someone at DICE thought that would add a bit of flavor to the game, and it did. It's a cool little detail. And I noticed in Battlefield 6, it's the first Battlefield game since they started doing that where your soldier doesn't do that. And to me, that means, oh, the person who did that trend, he doesn't work at DICE anymore. And all the new people, they don't know that that's a thing Battlefield games have done for years. So, what else have they lost in the brain drain, you know? What important things for gameplay have been lost in the brain drain? That's just a small detail thing, and that thing's been lost. So, when it comes to objective placement, flag placement, and map design... Why is the sky blue? Oh! Different colors. Different color tone. I like it, to be honest. I know that's crazy to say, but I like it, because blue and yellow are complementary colors. It's why most movie posters the dominant colors in them are blue and orange, or blue and red, or green and red. Interesting topic for a Halo stream. Oh, Battlefield 6? Oh, are you being sarcastic? I mean, hell, we could talk about things that are lost in, like, Halo games over time. If you'd like, if that's more entertaining. Send you a little something
That's
I've been
quite a
busy
welcome party.
with. Hope you enjoy. Oh, I'm going to be taking a look at that in a second. LNG, have you played any of the fixed camera Resident Evil games? Could Halo work in that style of gameplay? I have played the fixed camera Resident Evil games. I've played, I've beaten many times Resident Evil 1 remake for the GameCube, which I think is freaking awesome. I think that game's incredible. I've played but not beaten the original Resident Evil 2 on the N64. And that is a game I would like to replay. I tried Resident Evil 3, the original, for a little bit. I could never get into it as much as the GameCube Resident Evil remake and, you know, Resident Evil 2. I really like fixed camera. I really liked fixed camera, and I would like Resident Evil to take another crack at a fixed camera Resident Evil game. I think fixed camera tank controls add a lot of tension to core gameplay. Because it frames the action almost like a horror movie. There can be jump scare reveals, you know, as you turn around a corner, that would not work if the game was in first person or third person. Tank controls, I think, add a layer of clunkiness that is intuitive, but also adds, like, tension, because you can't just, like, weave and bob your way around an enemy now, you know? So it makes enemies a lot more threatening. And would that work for a Halo game? I think anything could work for a Halo game. A horror game, a Flood horror game, could be awesome in the tank control style. I think somebody's already proven that with that Sergeant Johnson. For people like us who have played Halo Combat Evolved so many times, how will they make the Flood scary again? I don't think they can, to be honest. Like, what makes Flood very scary is that they came out of nowhere. And for those of us who already know what the Flood are, like, it's going to be like seeing an old friend again, you know? People are going to be hyped if they ever see the Flood return in a mainline Halo game. They're not going to be scared.
It's tight quarters on the other
And
side,
that's just
sir.
like something you
Use
can't
it.
really fix, you know? Wait. Oh, she's giving me her shotgun? Oh, that's nice of her. Fled heed. In it, I load 3. For a Halo 2 remake, could an A and B campaign work for Chief and the Arbiter stories? But unlike the Resident Evil 2 remake, where you do each campaign affects what will happen in Chief, or Arbiter enters the same area. I don't think Halo 2 is that kind of story. Like, Halo 2 is definitely a story, a combined story. It's not an A and a B plot game, you know, where you see what Arbiter does, then you see what Chief does, you know? Because I think that you would lose a lot if you made both stories interchangeably. Like, you could play through Arbiters all the way and then Chiefs. There's this term in writing, I don't know if you guys have heard it. It's called "meanwhile back at the farm." And that term is, like, basically about, like, jumping around between characters to see what other characters are doing. Like, making sure that you pace yourself, that a certain plot point is not dragging on too long. So, you know, like, okay, we've been here for a while. Meanwhile, back at the farm, and you switch to the character that's at the farm, and then you see what's been going on at the farm for a little while. You know, it keeps the story entertaining. Make sure that things don't get bogged down, don't get slowed down. Like, think of, like, the gas giant and stuff. Like, the gas giant, by the end of Arbiter's plot there, finding the heretic, killing the heretic, I was so tired of Arbiter. So, meanwhile, let's go see what Chief is doing. And then we play 2 missions of Chief, and by the end of those, I'm like, oh god, like, I'm so tired of Chief stuff. And now we switch back to Arbiter. Like, it keeps the story fresh and constantly moving. It doesn't let the momentum slow down, you know? And also, it allows for different tones to be struck. Like, if you think about, like, what Arbiter went through at the gas mines, like, it's very heavy. Like, he has to kill the heretic. There's flood everywhere. Things are very scary. Things are very tense. The music is, Arbiter almost sacrifices himself for this. Like, it's very high drama. And then we relieve the drama by going over to Chief, who drops in an ODST pod onto the surface of the ring, and then Peril starts, this silly little, like, fairy in the woods music starts playing. Like, it's like a, resetting a little bit after how high stakes the previous couple missions were. So I've been playing Uncharted 4, and my favorite plot point is the pirate utopia is a gigantic con job for Henry Avery to steal from other pirates. Who's Henry Avery? So I don't know anything about Uncharted. All I know is Nathan Drake kills Nathan Drake kills a lot of people. Like, a lot of people throughout the course of those games. Way more than Indy does. Like, Indy is, like, a lovable, like, professor who likes to hunt relics, but he also kills a lot of people in those movies, which is even weirder to think about when he's back at, like, his, and then, back in ancient Egypt, and, like, he's writing on the chalkboard, and it's like, that professor has a body count in, like, probably nearing 100. Whereas, that's basically all I know, is Nathan Drake kills a fuck ton of people for the lovable little guy he is. Oh, he also has a buddy named Sully, right? And Sully is probably the best casting choice for a character ever in a video game. Like, Sully's voice you could listen to for the rest of your life and it would never get boring. If you were to make a feminine protagonist for a Halo game, what type of faction would you explore for a female protagonist? ODST, Marine, Spartan, Jackal, or Elite 2? How would you write a feminine protagonist in Halo in a way that does not feel like an unlikable MCU female character and fits the tone of Halo? Which is the tone of Halo Infinite. Well, okay, when you say feminine, do you mean like girly? Or do you mean like just she's a woman? I feel like Rebecca would have a lot of great ideas for how you would make a like girly queen. She would have what?
Red lipstick.
She'd have red lipstick.
And like silver heels.
She'd have silver heels and while she's in battle.
Oh, well,
She could be. Yeah, she could be anybody. Yes. Would she be human? Okay, she'd be a human. Okay, she'd be a commander in the ship.
Alright, let's slice them and dice them, people.
Thick pump heels that are silver.
Stay with it.
Mm-hmm. She'd have a cargo miniskirt.
Got it.
Long hair with bangs.
I know you're
Oh, during her heroic sacrifice scene where, you know, she goes down with the ship to buy everybody time, would she pull out, like, her little makeup thing and she'd be like, I'm not going down without looking good? Okay, so Rebecca would put Bayonetta in Halo.
Yeah, because like Bayonetta has like heels that she can like.
I had the idea of I would make it a civilian journalist. Yeah, like she'd be like, it would be like a game. Okay, Rebecca's would be like a Spartan Bayonetta, basically. Yeah, okay, so chat seems to be in agreement. You can't die heroically if you don't look cute real as fuck. I feel like I would make it a civilian war journalist, and the game would be not a combat focused game. It would be basically like Pokemon Snap, but in the Halo universe. So you have to like run around dodging plasma shots and stuff and taking heroic pictures. And you'd be graded on like how good your pictures are, and you'd be going through the whole Halo trilogy and taking heroic pictures of events. If anyone knows my life as a teenage robot. So also like her body, but a Spartan twist with pigtails on the helm. Okay, so it would be like my life as a teenage robot, but yes, I watched that show a lot.
Lock and load, 140 revs.
I also remember that insanely scary episode with the skin suit. Do you remember that?
You can run, but you can't hide.
That was a great show.
Whoa, cut down.
They don't make shows like that anymore. Didn't she have like an evil doppelganger that was like red colored?
That look pretty bad.
Like instead of blue, all the blue bits were red?
Move on through, Marines.
Alright, here we go. This part is awesome. Look at this. Street battle going on.
Ghost neutralized.
There are a number of Marines trapped in that building. Concentrate on the raids. They're the biggest threat.
Now, technically, you're supposed to be the one riding. And if you ride during the sequence, it's a lot more cinematic. You know, because the driver has been scripted to drive in very cool ways.
Hit ground.
Here, you know what? Let me see if he's still got it. Yeah, come on, let me shoot. Okay, now he's gonna drive up to the front. Right? Or do we have to wait for the Pelicans to land? Yeah, we have to wait. Ah, he killed me. That's not cool. Currently playing through Halo Wars 1, and while I am struggling with the controls, man, it's a fun RTS. Yeah, Halo Wars 1 is so awesome. So awesome. They did such a good job of getting the feeling of like big Halo battles into like a console-friendly RTS form.
There's a Marine command post in that building. We'll need to help them deal with that scarab.
How you doing? Sir, Corporal Perez, A Company. CP's this way.
All right, Corporal Perez.
Lieutenant got hit as soon as we dropped in.
Who's in charge now, Corporal?
Sergeant Banks, ma'am. He's up top. Come on, I'll show you.
Here, I'm gonna be taking this, buddy. Actually, you know what? I need the shotgun. because I'm going to be boarding the Scarab. Why isn't there a Samus skin in Halo yet? I would assume it has something to do with Microsoft owning Metroid and not... Or Microsoft owning Metroid. No, that... Okay. My flat, like, deadpan delivery of that joke just completely failed, so I might as well give away what I was going to do. I was going to say it might have something to do with the fact that Nintendo owns Metroid, not Microsoft, and I was going to deliver it in a very straightforward, like, matter-of-fact way. But he also sped up the Scarab a little bit, which, you know, it's moving a little bit fast for an object that big, but I think for the sake of pacing, it works better to have that thing, like, we get it, it's scary, it's crazy. There's a surprising amount of love for Noble 6 I found online when talking about Halo Reach. What are your thoughts on Noble 6? How can we make another type of Noble 6 character for, say, Halo 7 or Halo 8 or another Halo spin-off? One thing I also want to say, it may just be my head, the writing of Halo 2, Halo 3 ODST, and Reach all have this quality to them that rival movies, while Halo 3 and Halo CE may feel cheesy or comic booky in their writing, in other words. I understand what you mean, and some of that has to do with just, like, the narrative styles as well as who the writers were. Now, in Halo Reach's case, I think it has to do a lot with, like, the very cinematic direction that they went in. But for Halo 2 and ODST specifically, that has to do with the fact it's Joe Staten who wrote them. And Joe Staten knows how to write the shit out of a story. Like, that dude can write a story. He can write the hell out of characters. He is, like, unparalleled, in my opinion, when it comes to writing for Halo characters. And also just, like, narrative pacing. Halo Infinite, I forgive him a little bit. Because the Spartan commander is not necessarily his. That's just like a character he inherited. So unfortunately, the kind of, like, poor, or not poor. That's not the word I'm looking for. Poor is not the word I'm looking for. She did a good job. The uncharismatic character design, complete with the uncharismatic vocal choice, I think let down the Spartan commander more. Because you know, if Joe Staten, if he was able to make the characters from scratch, the characters for Halo Infinite's live service story could have been really entertaining and fun. Yeah. Okay. Oh boy. Halo 3's writing mostly comes from the fact that, like, Joe Staten wasn't even there, and Halo 3's story was kind of assembled by committee. And Halo CE, most of its dialogue, like almost 90% of its dialogue, was actually outsourced. So a lot of the writing in Halo CE is not necessarily Bungie's.
The Prophet is bugging out. Request permission to engage.
In other words, I prefer the writing in Halo 2 ODST and Reach over 3 and CE. That's completely understandable. That being said, I do still like the writing of Halo Combat Evolved a lot. Let me clarify, I did a brute female, a high chiefess, inspired by Boudica, who takes over clans by ritual combat to unite forces to push back on the Covenant's lies, and the major brute clan that allied with the Covenant. She believes the future would be built by brute hands and not gifted to them by the Coveys through servitude. Okay, I see. Like a different take on Atriox, sort of. Spartan Commander Arugula? Basically, no, wait, no, arugula? No, that's like a type of food. What what's her name? Agrinia? Something like that. Like, Spartan Agrinia is fine. I mean, well, okay. First problem starts with Spartan Agrinia. It's an issue that I have with a lot of 343 Industries writing for characters, is it's always Spartan this, Spartan that. Like, Spartan Palmer, Spartan Locke, Spartan Vale, Spartan Tanaka, Spartan Fred. Like, they're more than just Spartans, you know? Who are they as people? And I don't think that the commander for multiplayer was that compelling of a character. Like, don't get me wrong, she was nice, she was very kind, very optimistic, very supportive of me whenever she showed up in a cutscene, but the design was very boring for her. Like, her armor wasn't... Like, I am one of the few people where I think her armor is not that interesting. It's kind of boring looking. She is boring when she has very boring screen presence, you know? Like, in the concept art for Halo Infinite, the Spartan commander, she's got, like, her Spartan armor, but she's got, like, a drill sergeant hat. And I'm like, that is so much better. That is so much better. Because it's a design that speaks a lot about who she is. Like, she can beat the shit out of people, but she's here to train Spartans. And the hat would also provide a prop. I am a strong believer in props. Can be a lot of fun. Like, the prophets, their bodies are props, basically, so they cheat. You know, they have, like, these long fingers, they float in chairs, they have these long cloaks, they have crowns and stuff, so they cheat a little. Like, look at that. Look, he can slam his fists wherever he wants and stuff, so they cheat a little bit. But I'm thinking of stuff like, Captain Keyes' pipe in Halo Combat Evolved. That way he has, like, a little thing he can, like, point with, you know, he can pop into his mouth for, like, a cool shot or something like that. Johnson has his cigar that he can play around with. Arbiter has his, like, mandibles that he can click. You know, it's just, like, something that you can emote with wordlessly, you know? And the Spartan Commander doesn't have any of that, and I feel like a hat could have added a lot to that. Because you could have had the Spartan Commander take the hat off randomly, you know, run her hand through her hair, put the hat back on, take off the hat to, like, hit something, you know, like... Same problem Spartan Palmer also had, where it was just like, I'm guy. Person. Here's the person. You know, like, nothing interesting about the design.
What of the council?
The tasks you must undertake.
Brutes probably have a natural musk. No, the brutes have, like, they have, like, their beards, they have their hair, they have gravity hammers and stuff like that. You know, no arbiter. You know, I, Tartarus, chieftain of the Brute, like, pulls up the gravity hammer, you know, or, like, the way Tartarus will pull stuff around the environment, you know, or the way he'll, like, drag his hammer along the ground as he walks, you know. You know, he'll lean on his hammer sometimes. Like, there's a lot of stuff that he can do with it. What would you have your arbiter do? That's the silliest shot in all of Halo 2, because when he turns around, he looks like a bird. Like, he's just like a naked elite, and he puts on a hat. And he turns around and goes, "Ah!" Pity, no mercy. Where was Joe Staten during Reach's development? If I were to make an ODST movie, I would make it in the style of film noir. Black and white filters, camera angle slanted, with long or wide shots to show the narrow environment the ODST walks in. I think you have a keen cinematic eye. Joe Staten was doing treatments for Destiny at the time, I believe. I have come to love ODST's campaign a lot more in recent memory. I love the music, a mix of jazz, blues, and rock is such a genius and unique composition of music and a piece of art. I love the dynamics between the ODST. I've come to actually love Dutch and Romeo even more after reading one ODST comic. I never knew Dutch had a girlfriend or wife. Correct me if I'm wrong. Well, the gameplay feels like a downgraded version of Halo 3. I see the vision. I want 343 to expand on it and make a game where you feel like an ODST, like the Resident Evil style ODST game I proposed last stream. I think that the gameplay of ODST is actually better than Halo 3's. Like, out of all of the Bungie games, out of all of the Bungie Halo games, I think ODST has my favorite core gameplay. Like, Halo 1 I love to death, but there are also aspects of it that I think are a little bit floaty, you know, jumps don't feel quite so precise. Halo 3, though, the engine for it is, like, really solid. But, you know, Halo 3, it's like the follow-up to Halo 2, so it's going big, it's going wide. There's lots of stuff going on, lots of weapons and dual-wielding and stuff. ODST basically takes Halo 3 and makes a version of Halo 1 with it. You know, like that super focused, sharp sandbox. And the fact that they didn't have to worry about PvP multiplayer means they could focus even more on just honing in the experience of fighting AI. I recently learned that Frank O'Connor made Reach. He didn't make Reach, let's be honest. Like, Frank O'Connor, he went into the Crucible. The lava could not burn his skin. With his hands, he picked up the molten steel and forged it into the video game Halo Reach himself. No, like, Frank O'Connor was just one of many folk. Like, with games as big as Halo, especially at the end of the Xbox 360, it was not a singular person doing the writing anymore. You had a writing team. And Frank O'Connor was part of that writing team. I don't know which part, though, he had a hand in. I gotta be frank about Frank. He wasn't so bad. Yeah, Frank O'Connor was not so bad. I don't think... I don't know anything about, you know, his role or what he did. But when he would write, like, you know, forewords in Halo novels and stuff like that, when he would write little short stories set in the Halo universe, it was always, they were bangers. He always killed it. Like, all of his short stories are great. All of his little forewords in the Halo novels that you can buy are great. He is very good, I think, at writing on the outskirts of the franchise. I have no clue what his job role dictated when it came to, you know, like the 343 Halo games, or the direction that the franchise went in. You know, he thought Halo 5's story was, you know, like, great. It was just, like, people misunderstood it, that it was very politically complex. He gave the example, oh my god, it's this, man, it's really weird because they, you know, it was Vidoc style. It was these videos that they would upload to their YouTube channel called The Sprint, and for some reason, one of the episodes of The Sprint went live after Halo 5 came out. And it was them in the writer's room. And they were like, you know, the story, it's very complex for, like, this is my Frank O'Connor impression. The story, it's really complex for Halo 5. Like, there's some things about it that maybe people don't understand. But it's like the real world, you know? Like, Russia, for example, does some things we don't agree with. And it was like, oh, okay. Dude. That's wild. That's a wild take to have about your game where the grunts have a happy birthday surprise party. And Cortana uses a metal space owl to kill millions of people. Millions, okay? Not like hundreds, millions. You know, the thing about the Mario brothers is their relationship. It's very complex, you know, like Luigi. When he gave the soldiers the order to fire on the unarmed civilians, you know, it was a hard choice for him to make, and Mario may not agree with that choice. That's what makes this story very complex. For the video game, Luigi commits a war crime. Would it be a good idea to introduce Doom glory kills into Halo? Well, Halo already sort of had that in the form of the assassinations. I feel like the assassinations did it really well. Why is there a human assault rifle on Threshold? What? Huh? What? Why are there battle rifles? Oh, shit, hang on. Look at the jackal. Oh, that is cool looking. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Like, it just clicked with me that I'm, like, using... Did Bonnie Ross actively try to destroy the Halo franchise? Was she as bad as many made her seem? No, Bonnie Ross, her job as CEO of 343 Industries was not to sabotage her own job. Yeah, her role was not... She was not there to sabotage the Halo franchise and make it lose money and become less relevant. That, like... in a system in a system like the video game industry, that just like that just doesn't make sense, you know. So like those online conspiracy theories are stupid. It's just like maybe that's how you would run a business, and that's why you don't run a business, because you think people would work like that, you know. Bonnie Ross, from her job as CEO is to run an entire company of hundreds and hundreds of people, to manage 1,000 different departments and hire people to assist in that, because she cannot personally step in and oversee everything. Because like 343 is handling multimedia projects, partner collaborations, like comic books, like online pieces of writing, server infrastructure, research and development, as well as making video games on top of that, you know, licensing deals for engines and stuff like that. You know, as well as just like, you know, what's it like to work at 343 Industries? How is lunch handled? Bathrooms, like, how are you keeping the lights on? You know, what are things that you can do for the employees that they have requested, you know, to make the process of working there easier? Like, as a CEO, she's doing a lot more than just the video game that we played. Which is why, you know, as CEO, she hires people to oversee more specific parts of game development or product management or, like, HR and stuff like that. And what I've heard about Bonnie Ross is one of her weaknesses was that she was not very aggressive as a businesswoman. Like, she took things slow. She liked to listen to the creatives. She would usually fight for more time. And she tried to make everybody happy and make sure that everybody felt comfortable in their role. And was not necessarily ruthless in, you know, the handling of the Halo license. Which Pierre Heinz, as we've seen, like Pierre Heinz, 3 years, right, into being CEO of 343, or I guess Halo Studios now. Boom, immediately rebrand the studio, change the name of it. Boom, immediately a Halo 1 remake with Sprint in it. Like, all of these super aggressive things, you know, as well as multiple different Halo projects in the works. All of those collabs, let's get those up. Like, Pierre Heinz is a lot more ruthless, a lot more aggressive as a business type than Bonnie Ross was. And will that be good for Halo? We'll see. What the heck does Russia have to do with Halo? I think it was copium from Frank O'Connor because Halo 5's story was getting roasted. And he and Brian Reed, who is the lead writer on Halo 5, they were sat in their writer's room and they were sort of trying to, like, explain what they were going for with the Halo 5 story by saying, like, no, like, what we're doing is a morally complex story where it's like, why is Cortana doing this? This is crazy. This is so complicated. It's so morally gray, I think he thought. And then he was like, it's like the real world, you know, how the real world has things happening that we don't agree with. Like Russia, he vaguely says. Well, not bringing up specifics, because he can't. That is a cool-ass sound for the jackals. It was him trying to rationalize the bad Halo 5 story, you know, and I don't think it worked. Halo Studios, other than posts on Waypoint and social media for the 25th anniversary of Halo, have gone totally radio silent on Campaign Evolved. What is going on right now? Well, I assume they're making it. I noticed after Pierre Heinz took over... Okay, so I'll tell you guys something. This is a bit of, like, you know, like so much time has passed, leadership's changed. It doesn't matter that much, okay? And it's not done as like, ooh, drama, tea. It's done more as like so that you guys understand like the complex inner workings of how a studio functions. Do you remember shortly after the release of Halo Infinite when Sketch said on Twitter, we can't add new playlists because of UI limitations. And the internet lost their shit. And Fire 343 was like trending. I think even Charlie, Moist Critical, did a video about it. Mudahar did a video about it. That it was like, you can't add more playlists because of UI limitations. You guys made the game. You know, and apparently what happened behind the scenes was that was something Sketch was not supposed to say. Like, there's this saying for like community managers and studios, which like I get it with the way that they function, but I think it's kind of like it's weird sounding when you say it out loud. It's be transparent, don't be honest. And hopefully you guys can understand what that means. It's not as sinister as it sounds. It's not saying lie to them, lie through your teeth to them. It's just like, be transparent about what's going on, but don't like let them know, you know, the dirty laundry, like the reality of how bad a situation might be. Just try to be a little bit transparent. After Sketch said that, he apparently got in a shit ton of trouble. And I noticed after that a change. They began talking a little bit less with the community, and especially after Pierre Heinz took over, I noticed they are now, like, some folk at 343 Industries, or Halo Studios, that I used to be able to just DM and get very quick responses to. Nothing now. Radio silence. Like, I'm on red now. And a lot of people are like that as well. Yeah, it's apparently very hard to get in touch with folk from Halo Studios now. And what I think this silence, like this kind of distance from the community is all about, I think what they're essentially doing is they're doing the Sean Murray thing, where after No Man's Sky came out and it was a flop on release, if you could believe it, No Man's Sky was a flop. It was missing a shit ton of features that were promised. The internet was roasting the game. You know, it was like once upon a time, No Man's Sky, you know, they would make jokes. They call it No Man's Lie. And the studio behind No Man's Sky just went quiet. They stopped talking to people. They didn't say anything. Nobody could get a hold of them. One person even found the studio, their location, and took a photo of it. They were like, the door's locked, the lights are off. Did the studio close down? And that's the only time we got anything out of Sean Murray, the game's director, because he came out and said, no, we're still alive. The studio's lights are still on. And it was like, what the f is going on? Like, they just dropped this game and then ditched us. And then, I think like a year later, suddenly an update came out for No Man's Sky, and it added a bunch of stuff. And then they went quiet again. Then, half a year later, another update, more content was added. And Sean Murray, years later, revealed it was part of a strategy, which is nothing they could have said or promised would have convinced people. So what they did was they went dark and quietly worked. Sean Murray basically told his staff not to look online at the hate. He would do that for them. He would take all of the negativity and the anger and the hatred, and he compiled a list of the things people hated the most about the game, and they quietly worked on adding all of those into the game. And now you look at No Man's Sky, and it's celebrated as one of the biggest comebacks in gaming history and one of the best games ever made now. And I believe that is the approach Halo Studios is going with their silence. I think they have promised too much. They were too open. They were too, like, you know, inviting. In their eyes, what they're probably thinking is we had influencers over. The influencers, we'd promise them all of these things. They'd come back and tell their audience, oh my god, they're listening to us. Oh, whoops. That was a mistake. And none of it was good. Oh, that's Incubus that's playing. This is bad. Okay, hang on. Let me mute the music. Thankfully, I was talking over most of that. Yeah, and so I think what they're basically doing is they're going dark. They are keeping the community on a long leash. Is that the term for it? Or is it they are keeping the community at arm's length, and they are not making any promises. They're not hyping anything up. They're gonna start releasing products when they're ready and let them speak for themselves. I think that's what their plan is. Oh my god, that's so sweet. Is that from Isaiah?
Look at TT.
This is so sweet. Yeah, there's TT. LNG lifting up. I'm lifting him up into view. That is...
Show them.
Look at this. That's from Isaiah. Belated birthday present.
Love.
That is so sweet. Isaiah, that's awesome, man. To give 343 some slack, Microsoft as a company has a big problem with their teams. Absolutely. Not just on the Xbox side, but on the Windows division. Microsoft Store and more. Oh my gosh, there is so much tea. The reason that there was, I think I've told you guys before, the reason that there was not a Halo Wars Steam release was because of drama with the Windows Store team. They had a Steam version of Halo Wars 2 ready to go. They had the infrastructure behind the scenes all set up, like Steam achievements and everything. Like, it could work. As well as, I think, crossplay. And basically what happened was the Windows Store, you know, already was kind of like fighting for survival at Microsoft. Like, everyone hated Windows Store. And when the Windows Store found out about that, they complained to Papa Microsoft. They were like, we don't like that. Everyone's just going to buy it on Steam then. So they were told not to release the Steam version. And that's why Halo Wars was exclusive to the Windows Store. One thing I hope game studios like Capcom will do and take inspiration from Halo is make a collection like the Master Chief Collection. That would be so cool for the Resident Evil titles, the legacy ones, that compiles all the classic Resident Evil games into one collection with quality of life support and Steam Workshop support. That would be so good. Sega already did that with their own Sega Classic Collection with Sonic Origin, with very good quality of life features, though the monetization was questionable at best. Yeah, Sonic, maybe not so much Sonic Origin, but definitely that like Sega collection. I actually had it. Well, I have it. I have it on Steam because it got delisted, unfortunately. Here, I'm going to be honest, the Arbiter missions in Halo 2 are not my favorite. I don't even think they're that good. At least that one. That one I think is like the worst mission in Halo 2. This mission's also rough, just because of the elevator. A Bungie employee modeled them, but he was laughed at, so they were removed. I don't think they were removed because he was laughed at. I'd imagine it had something more to do with, like, performance reasons. Gosh, this room, man. This room, you can tell, was designed with the stencil lighting engine in mind. And I don't think, like, all of this, I think, is supposed to be, like, pitch black, and you were supposed to get harsh lighting. This is the one area where, you know, we talk about, like, the ways that, the art direction differs from Halo 2 Anniversary to the original Halo. This is an area where I think the Halo 2 Anniversary did a much, much better job, because this room is just, like, it's so bright, man. And you can tell it wasn't supposed to be this bright. Oh, there's the Juggernaut. Oh, Incubus is done, so we can turn the music back on. I asked about that. Did they make a mod for that yet? For the stencil shadows? No, because that's not a thing you can just mod in. Like, the stencil shadows, that lighting model, that is foundationally a completely different lighting model. Like, you would need the source code. You would need access. Mod tools aren't going to cut it. You need access to the source code for the Halo 2 engine to be able to do stencil shadows. And even then, you would need to get engineers who could create that lighting model for Halo 2. Yeah, it's stencil shadows are not just something you enable, disable. Like, everything about the art direction of the game, to the way materials are handled, to the way, you know, the geometry is set up, like, the way lights work, like, everything needs to be rethought. Did the source code ever get leaked? No. Builds of Halo 2 got leaked, but those are not the source codes. In Japan, I think Halo Reach is the most popular Halo game. I may be wrong. Also, the Japanese voice actor for Halo 1, 2, 3, ODST, and Reach are really good. Unfortunately, the Japanese voice actors for Chief and Cortana were changed in Halo 4 onwards. Oh, were they changed in Halo 4 onwards? That sucks. That kind of consistency is important. Like, it's cool that the Spanish voice cast for Halo has been mostly consistent across the board throughout the Halo series.
Can you not see?
Sadly, the Halo 2 engine is held together with hopes and dreams and a metric shit ton of Elmer's glue. No, it's not. If that was the case, Halo 2 would be breaking and constantly crashing on the PC. It would be barely functional as a piece of software. That quote is from, I think, Inferno, right? Where the reason he was having so much trouble modding Halo 2 is because he did not have mod tools nor access to the source code for the... So it's like, of course it's going to be hard, man. You don't know how the engine works. Vengeful Vadam's actually done a very good... He broke down basically why he hates that and why he hates now that the community parrots that. Because he was like, no, it's not. Because if it was held together with duct tape, you wouldn't be able to run Halo 2. It would just be like you'd look at an enemy and the game would crash. You know, no, like Halo 2 is very competently put together. The reason he was having so much trouble and shit was breaking is because he was doing stuff without the mod tools that the core game was not supposed to be doing. In Japan, I think Halo... Oh, I already read that. Is stencil shadow just cell shading, or is it similar? No, stencil shadows refers to a form of... It's basically... They're called... Are they called stencil maps? It's... What'll happen is like a light source basically will project onto a character, and it's like they're called stencil volumes. That's what they're called. The light source will project onto a character, and what will happen is the silhouette of the character will then be turned into a stencil volume that is projected beyond the character behind them, and it will be pixel perfect. Like, not a single pixel will be, like, out of sync. It won't be low resolution or anything. It'll be perfect and sharp, like a complete cutout of the character. And it'll be the highest quality cutout of that character. And those are stencil volumes. The dynamic shadows, from what I understand that, like, these modders... that these modders use that is in Halo 2 already, it's similar, but it's got a couple of limitations. So, for example, a stencil shadow... If you have, like, a stencil shadow all the way across the room, way over there, or the sun... as an example, and it's your shadow casting light source is hundreds of feet up in the skybox. What'll happen then is that scanning probe, kind of, that I described. It has to reach all the way down to the character, and from that probe's perspective, the character is a couple of pixels. You know, they're low resolution, they're way off in the distance. So the shadow that character will cast will reflect what that probe is seeing. So you're going to get a very low resolution shadow because that's what the character looks like from the probe's perspective. You know, and you wouldn't have that issue with stencil shadows. And that's why some of the shadows, next time we see a dynamic shadow, we'll take a good hard look at it. Hang on, in fact, we'll cut to a different level. Hopefully that makes sense. New Vegas's PC port is a lot closer to being held together with duct tape. Atsuki Tani was the voice actor for Chief during the Bungie Halo games. He also did the Japanese dub for Ares in God of War 2005 and voiced the Xenoblade character in Xenoblade 3. That's interesting. He was in God of War as well as Halo.
We're drifting. Our pods are cold. I'll need to rekey the system.
Do it and find out where we are.
Sir, we gotta neutralize those turrets.
Okay, let's see. I don't... These, Here, let me also take off. No, I don't think these are dynamic shadows. No, these aren't dynamic shadows, I don't think. Yeah, hang on. We gotta... No, they're not dynamic shadows. And let's get into some light, because that looks like a place. There's probably like a dynamic light source right up there. Okay, let's see. Yep. Hang on, I saw it for a second. I saw the dynamic shadows on that elite. I'm using keyboard and mouse for a hot second. Okay. Is it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, look at that. Look how pixely. Hang on. Can you leave me alone? I'm looking at shadows. Christ. Okay. So that shadow down there, that is the basic, like, canned shadow that the Halo engine has. But that dynamic shadow is the one that is actually being cast from the dynamic light source. And I know it looks fuzzy and you can't really tell, but hopefully you can see the way that the shoulders are like bubbling and stuff, and it looks very pixely and shimmery. That's probably because wherever the modder placed the dynamic light source, it's probably very far away. So it's, from its perspective, I am off in the distance and I am low resolution. Yeah, but there we go.
Artillery disabled, Sergeant. Landing zone secure for the moment.
I hear you. Starting our approach. Hang tight.
Easier said than done. Inbound Phantoms, Chief.
Rikaya Koyama voiced Chief in Halo 4 and 5. He also voiced characters from Final Fantasy to Far Cry to Yakuza. But Atsuki Tani reprised his voice actor for Chief in Halo Infinite. That's interesting. So that was probably for nostalgia purposes. Trying to get back the original Chief voice for the Japanese market. That's interesting. Yellow styrofoam building. Yeah, I'd handle maybe the materials a little bit different. I don't think you can just slap a... This maybe is... And I don't think it's the modder's faults either. I think it's just kind of like... You've got to almost approach the art from a completely different perspective. Like, the materials, I think, already for the ruins on Delta Halo, they kind of look like mashed potatoes when you have a dynamic light on them. I think you'd have to maybe think about retexturing.
Did somebody tell you this was going to be a party?
Why do I have 4 rockets? This is like a crazy rocket launcher, I just noticed. How big is Halo in Japan? It's not very big, but they've got an insanely dedicated cult following in Japan.
Remember we were on Xiaohongshu?
Oh yeah, the Chinese love Halo.
But not many, but it's a very passionate.
Yeah, the also in China, we have Xiaohongshu, which is the Chinese social media app, and they have a very small community, Halo players over in China, but holy shit, they are passionate about Halo. Like, maybe more passionate. They're all collectors. All of them. And they understand Halo aesthetics to a T. Like, better than some of us. Like, it's nuts how deep their love for Halo goes. Pumpkin is LNG's dog. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah, he is. Pumpkin the Shih Tzu. What language dubs have you played Halo in? I have only ever played the English dub, because I am monolingual at the moment. I'm probably going to be... Well, not probably. I am going to be learning Spanish. So that my wife and our child that we plan to have can be bilingual. And language is hard for me. I hope one day to relearn how to speak Russian, because I spoke it when I was young, but my parents didn't keep up with it, so I lost it. And I feel like with you know, the situation in Ukraine, I want to not let that part of me die. Bro, child plans can, the plans only go so far as we're definitely gonna have a baby, right? Like that's basically where the plans are, but
Let's wait for our warthog.
oh yeah, Twitch chat, vote on the poll. Why does Halo Wars 1 have a crazy charming vibe, a more charming vibe than Halo Wars 2? Am I crazy? I think the reason why is because Halo was less large as a brand, so the tone of Halo was more set in stone at the time. It was like all you had was Halo 1 and 2 to work off of, because they you know, they were developing it before Halo 3 came out. So all you've got is Halo 1 and 2. You've got monochrome blue, you've got comedy.
I saw it too. It looked like a temple. If I were a
And it's,
maniac,
you know,
and I'm not,
you want to make it feel like
that's where
Halo,
I'd be.
so you try to emulate the vibe of Halo 1 and 2. But by Halo Wars 2, there have been so many entries in the Halo series, as well as, you know, a shift to a new developer. The franchise itself had a kind of aesthetic rebrand, you know, from the Bungie era to the Reclaimer saga. So it's just like by that point, Halo had become a lot more flexible in terms of what you could do with it. But I think a side effect of that flexibility is the tone and identity isn't quite as strong. That also, I do think, is down to, like, you know, that's not like something that's unsolvable. I think it's kind of like it's like, unfortunately, the more cooks there are in a kitchen, the harder it is to kind of like,
Here comes our ride.
you know, for your game to have personality. Like the soundtrack for Halo Wars 2, it was done by the same group that did the soundtrack for Doom: The Dark Ages, and I think they are boring as shit. I think they're very talented musicians, clearly. They understand how to make music, but I have yet to hear a game that they've done the soundtrack for that feels like it has a personality. Because Halo Wars 2, outside of a couple good tracks, doesn't hold a candle to Halo Wars 1. And Doom: The Dark Ages is like, it's basically like white noise. Like, the music's very bland for Doom: The Dark Ages. And I feel like if you had a smaller, more focused vision and goal, you could focus a little bit more on, like, we really want the music to hit. We want it to sound like this, to evoke this kind of feeling. But, like, the project is so big, it has so many goals it's trying to hit, that you can kind of, like, it's not as overseen, you know, the musical integration and musical identity of the game.
Chief, glad you could make it.
The controls to
Yeah,
extend
vote in that
this
poll. I'm
structure.
curious. I'm currently listening to Halo Edge of Dawn on Spotify, and Kelly Gay knows how to write Chief, Joyous, the Elites, and Brute characters. Feels like I am listening and watching a Bungie Halo campaign. Do you think the Chief character will have to someday retire or die? No. I think Master Chief will be shooting aliens until the sun destroys the Earth in the real world. I think that in the same vein as Mario, in the same vein as Snake, you know, or like any like iconic game character, I think Master Chief is extremely valuable. He's not just valuable as like a game character, he's also valuable as a brand unto himself. Like, you put Master Chief on a t-shirt, that t-shirt's gonna sell, you know? And it would be like franchise suicide to get rid of the Master Chief. It would be like saying going forward we're going to be retiring lightsabers from Star Wars, you know?
Good, the bridge is down. Now about those raids.
Roger them. Armor's on the way.
Now, does that mean Chief is there is going to be a Halo 39? No, I don't think that means that. And like Chief, you know, like Steve Downs, they're gonna rig up a cybernetic chassis to ensure he dances for them even after death. Like, I don't think that's what I mean by that. But what I mean is, if push comes to shove, they're definitely gonna recast Master Chief. They will keep Chief around. They will keep doing adventures with Master Chief. Depending on, you know, how the Halo franchise goes. Like, they would just stop making Halo games before they ever think about getting rid of Chief. You know, as long as Halo games are being made, Chief's never retiring. God damn. It's very crazy, this mod. Sometimes the craziness works. Other times, not so much. But it's especially on the Master Chief collection, because there's a lot of, like, scripting issues, like AI usually. They're almost like, think of them like actors, you know, in a stage play. They are not going out onto the stage when it's their cue. You know, there's a lot of wonkiness with the way Halo 2 flows on the MCC. It's very delayed. So it feels a lot more dead on the MCC than it was supposed to, but this mod, I think, solves a lot of that by kind of upping the intensity of the action. Oh, Mem. They probably will make a Steve Downs AI. I don't think they will. I don't think they will. I think the people are... So, have you guys seen the marketing for Marathon? It is the most interesting thing in the world. The only other time I've seen this was with that Avengers game, and I think that was for a very cringy, stupid, bad reason. With Marathon, what they're doing is they announced the voice cast of the game and had the full names of them. They had their profiles. They had their age. And it was just like, announcing the voice cast for Marathon, the video game, coming this year. And I've never seen a game company do that, you know? Like, it's part of their marketing, announcing the voice cast. And I think it's because Marathon is an extraction shooter. The biggest extraction shooter in the world right now is Arc Raiders, and that is a game where the company, Embark Studios, stubbornly will not use real voices for their games. They like their AI voice models. They think it allows them to work faster, add, you know, new locations to games quicker, because they don't need to re-record lines and stuff like that. And even though they're making a shit ton of money, they do not want to go back and re-record lines with real people. Like, there is no voice credits on Arc Raiders. There's none. Because there was no voice cast. Isn't that weird to think about? There's a lot of characters, but there's no voice cast, because none of the characters are voiced by real people. They're AI models. And I think what Bungie rightfully saw is that people are starting to get a little bit sick of AI slop in games. And not that Arc Raiders is AI slop, but Arc Raiders, the voices are easily the worst part of the game. The AI voices are fucking terrible in Arc Raiders. They sound so soulless. They lack the ability to even come off as remotely relatable or charismatic. And Bungie, you know, they're trying to separate themselves from Arc Raiders, so they're like, they're real. Look at them. We have real people! Like, I think didn't they get the voice of Arthur Morgan to be the evil AI Durandal? Who was it? I saw it on my timeline for a second. It's not Arthur Morgan, is it? I'm so let down by the whole Marty situation. He seemed like such a great guy. He wasn't. Turns out he wasn't. Dude is a millionaire wishing he was a billionaire. He's so out of touch now that he's like beyond saving. You know, it's like that scene in Halo 2 with Tartarus, where it's just like, oh my god, Tartarus doesn't realize he's a part of the cult. Like, he's one of the bad guys and he doesn't get it. He genuinely thinks he's in the right. So it's like, it's okay, just enjoy his music. Damn it. Oh boy. Okay. I can't even enjoy his music anymore, especially after the last month. Oh, I can still enjoy the music. Because thankfully music, the music composed served the project's goals. I deliberately didn't pay attention to him, and yeah, I understand, but damn, it makes me sad. Yeah, I also, you know, I sometimes am like, that's, like, insane how out of touch he is. Like, just how objectively wrong he is about the world, you know? But I'm also like, oh well. At least his music's nice. You know, it seems like he had a single brain cell inside his head, and that brain cell was dedicated to understanding the language of music. And also, not just the language of music, the ability to collaborate with other folk with making music. Like, you know the song Rain from ODST? The ba 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 and the sad pianos? Marty came up with the first 3 notes for that, but other than that, the rest of that musical piece was composed by somebody else that they worked with, who sadly passed away. I'm gonna have to look up his name. Somebody DM'd me the name of him, and I'm like, damn. You know, like, it was a collaborative work. If you know Gollum, which was the game Marty made after he was fired from Bungie, go listen to the soundtrack for it. That was mostly just Marty, and it's shit. Like, the game's bad and the music's, like, boring. Like, it's very sleepy and boring and bad, you know? So it really was collaborative, like them all joining together, ironing out their worst instincts so that only their best instincts are put into the project. And it says something that as they scattered into the wind and went on their own directions, Marty kind of revealed he did his best work when he did it with others. And that's not to disqualify his work or say that he's talentless. That's just, he's a better collaborator. And I guess just an idiot when it comes to the real world. Just a cute doggy. Hell yeah. No, Marty did not. Sorry, I should rephrase. He didn't work on Gollum, as in the Lord of the Rings game, the prequel to Concord that flopped. Not that game. Like Golem, like a golem, like a stone creature. You know, he in his infinite wisdom thought that VR gaming was the future. So after he was fired from Bungie, he went all in on VR. That's the future, baby. And he made a VR game called Golem that flopped. And he did the music for it. And it's boring and...
That was me!
That's probably why he switched to grifting. I wish the allegations weren't true against Jeremy Soule. His Elder Scrolls soundtracks were generational. Dude, Jeremy Soule's music on the Elder Scrolls is so, like, it brings tears to my eyes how beautiful. What is it? Prayers of Akatosh from Oblivion? It's like a piece of music that makes my arm hair stand up. Like, it brings chills to me. It makes me, like, it puts a lump in my throat. You know, I want to cry. It's so beautiful. And fuck Jeremy Soule, you know? Like, it's okay. The music has become its own thing, and it will outlive him, you know? When he is dead and gone, only his music will remain. History will forget him and how bad of a person he is, but the music is the beautiful thing, and that will live on. And I think that's okay. He became a Catholic recently, too, so I guess that's his backup plan. He's not a Catholic. I know it's technically a sin to judge others, but I'm not claiming I'm free of sin, but some of the shit he says, he's got a lot to answer for. He has a lot to answer for. I'm not even Catholic. Oh, hell yeah. This is like the blood of Suban. Oh, Halo... Hey, it's the Halo 4 Rec Carbine. No, that was the Halo 5 Rec Carbine. I thought he verbally attacked LNG. No, he said I was indoctrinated by communist teachers, and I politely told him I was homeschooled by conservative parents, and then he sent me a picture of cross-dressers as evidence that the world is doomed. And I still have the email. And since Marty is so lawsuit happy, I will probably keep that email to myself and just share the story. And it was alleged, and it happened in Minecraft. And wouldn't it be funny if it happened for real? Guys, I'm just making a joke. But hey, let's move on to other topics, right? Like, I know it's kind of like the elephant in the room. Like, it's hard not to be like, oh man, Halo music is so good. who's gonna say it first? Who's gonna say that the guy who made Halo music's really fucking weird? But let's have fun. Let's change the subject, you know? I was just trying to get some context. I know that's the problem. That's the problem. I always wondered why the pros for 2 and 3 never made the carbine the keystone weapon in comp. I think it has to do with fire rate.
Good. Still no.
Also, it has to do with fire rate and also weapon roll. Like, for sure,
It's odd.
the battle rifle was designed as the competitive weapon for Halo 2.
Boy, are they in for a big surprise.
But that is a great question. Like, I know a pro player who helped out, actually, with the evolution of the carbine video, and he's actually a carbine purist. And he's kind of, like, infamous in the Halo community as being a carbine whisperer. Like, the plays he can do with a carbine put other pro players to shame. And that was actually really interesting to kind of hear his insights on which are his favorite carbines. For, you know,
Watch yourself. Honor guard.
for the record, his favorite carbines were the Halo 3 and Halo 5 carbine. He liked both of those, and he thought that they were very similar as weapons. But he also quite liked the Halo 4 carbine. I remember on the Xbox 360, I was also a carbine convert. For like a hot couple of months, I had the carbine as one of my loadout weapons. Not so much on the MCC. And I feel like that's just because of how different Halo 4 feels on the MCC. I hope that Marcus Lehto gets brought on board as a consultant for future remakes. What's going on with Marcus Lehto? Marcus Lehto, I feel so fucking bad for him.
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
I shall light this holy ring, release its cleansing flame,
And burn a path into the divine beyond.
Pretty much.
I was thinking about playing this game a while ago, but Rebecca told me no, people wouldn't care. So I'll ask you guys. This game was made by Marcus Lehto, Disintegration. As you can see, I played about 3 hours of it, and I was given a key for it, and I feel very bad about having only played 3 hours. Marcus Lehto formed his own indie studio, and they made Disintegration, and it flopped. It was like a Concord-type flop. It had it was a campaign, first-person game with a multiplayer component that was like Halo. It was like 4v4, I think, or 3v3, and it had capture the flag, domination, and stuff, but it bombed so bad that they had to patch out, like, remove the multiplayer from the game, because just there was no point to having it. Like, nobody was playing it. The only value of the game had was the campaign, and, you know, people didn't even like the campaign that much. I thought the campaign was alright from what I was playing, but not enough to finish it. And sadly, he had to shut down his studio. And then he was scooped up by EA to work on the Battlefield campaign for Battlefield 6, and then EA shut down his studio and fired him. They didn't give them enough time to staff up, didn't give them enough time to kind of, you know, have the resources they needed, and so EA was just like, all right, you know what, you guys are a lost cause, we're closing up shop, you're all fired, thank you for your work. And as far as I know, Marcus Lehto is kind of like now just, he's like Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi. Like, he has just confined himself to a small island where he will one day die of old age. I don't think Marcus Lehto wants to come back to games. Personally, I love Halo 2's carbine sound. Oh yeah, the sound in Halo 2 is great.
Trying to rile them up?
I don't think there's ever been a bad carbine sound. Every sound for the carbine has been, like, excellent. I'm not married to any specific sound for the carbine either. But I'm also not a hater of any specific carbine sound. I think they all have sounded great across the board. Disintegration is a $30 base price. You think it's worth the grab if it's on sale? If it's on sale, okay? What I would say is it is a solid $10 little thing. Because, okay, Disintegration, this is actually the thing that I think is kind of compelling about it. It is first person. It is a shooter, but it's not what you think it is, okay? And at first, it's like, oh, I was kind of hoping it would be a first-person shooter from the guy who made Halo. Well, here. Okay, or I guess we'll watch none of them. Let's go to the store page. Are they even going to show gameplay, or is this like the story trailer, you know? Okay, so this game is basically it's an RTS first-person shooter hybrid. You are that guy. You're that guy floating around above the map for like a second there. You just saw that? That's you. That's you. What you're basically doing is you are on a gravity motorcycle thing with guns on it. You are floating above the map, or if you want, you can go down to the ground level, but you are shooting, you are launching grenades and stuff, you are putting up shields, and at the same time, you are RTS style clicking on people and ordering them into cover, ordering them to move up, retreat, lay down suppressive fire and stuff. And you have to just like carve your way through enemy forces, whether it's looking for things, defending a position. Like each mission kind of has a different hook to it. And I liked that aspect of it quite a lot. Yeah, it is, oh, man, like, I think I could like it. But the fact that I have to force myself, that I don't feel, like, interested in playing through it, like, I felt like I got a lot out of my 3 hours. Like, if I kept playing through it, I think I would come to appreciate it by the end. But it definitely, it was undercooked. It had a, man, should I download it? It's only 9 gigabytes. Maybe we'll pop it open for like a little bit. How is the stream health, by the way? Is the stream health good? LNG, do you think the Parasite's Wake cover is indicative of asset updates for Combat Evolved? I do not, unfortunately. I think the cover for Parasite's Wake comes from Rythes, who has a very good understanding of the aesthetic of Halo 1, while the Halo Remake project is being done by business people who want a unified, like a relaunch of the Halo IP post the collapse of 343 Industries and the failure of Halo Infinite. They want a starting over, the first story in the Halo series, remade in the Unreal Engine. Nobody can make fun of Craig anymore. The graphics look good. And going forward, there will be no more massive art direction shifts. They want a unified aesthetic look for the franchise going forward. And this Halo remake will be the first Halo game from Halo Studios in this Halo relaunch to have that new unified aesthetic. So when Halo 2 inevitably gets remade, if Halo 1 remake does well, Halo 2 remake is going to look like the Halo 1 remake. We're probably going to see same looking models, same general aesthetic goals, and when they remake Halo 3, it's going to look the same. I've seen his streams before, but never really chatted. His art streams? Does Rythae's art stream? Have you ever tried simulator games like Flight Sims or Arma again? Or do you have to stick to Halo here? I think you'd find the detail and culture around them fascinating. Oh, absolutely. I did a video like 6 years ago about Operation Trebuchet, the Halo Arma mod, and that was cool as shit. So what they did, I didn't want to be boring and just, I'm going to run around, I'm going to shoot guys with my guns, you know? And so the guys, what they made for me was a mod that made me a war journalist, like a member of the press. So my character model was like a civilian with like a bulletproof vest and press, you know, on it. The rocket launcher, you know, like how you hold a rocket launcher like this. They swapped out the rocket launcher models in Arma for a camera, like a giant camera, and basically I followed the role players, because Arma is a lot like D&D but for boys. Or no, D&D is also for boys. It's D&D for folks who are super into military culture and gun culture, so it's like simulation, you know? So they take it so seriously, dude. They will plan with other Discord servers, like multi-stage, multi-day combat operations. They'll build maps for them. And, you know, like everyone's got to be there. Everyone's got to be playing their part. Some people will be, you know, like squad leaders and stuff. And they will they'll plan these things. Sometimes it takes a year of planning. And thankfully, some Operation Trebuchet folk, they planned a campaign for me to take part in, and they planned it to be super cinematic and epic, and they let me be a war journalist in it, and I followed them, and it was a lot of fun. And I'd love to do that again with Laper Larden. I don't know why my brain stalled right there for a second. I remember that video. I'm a long-time subscriber to your channel, and that video was amazing. I'm glad it was amazing. I need to do it again. I need to do another one.
Oh, hell yeah!
With Laper Larden, we were chatting after recording Warthog Radio. They've pretty much new Super Mario Bros. The Halo Infinite Elites. Basically, like, which, I mean, the reason that the Elites look so different from Halo game to Halo game is because, like, the level of detail was increasing, you know, and, like, the art direction of the games were shifting over time, you know? Bungie had different goals in mind for the different campaigns, different tonal goals, different aesthetic goals, you know? And even sometimes character roles within the campaigns would change. So, you know, designs would change and stuff. If you remember the Reclaimer saga, that was the new look for Halo going forward. Like, the look of the Grunts, the look of the Elites, the look of the Jackals, that's just what Halo looked like going forward. Like, when they were designing Halo 4... they built all of their assets to be basically future-proofed for the 4K era. Because they knew 4K was on the horizon. They knew, like, HD gaming, basically, was kind of, like, you know, 1080p gaming was definitely, like, everyone was aiming for that, but 4K was going to be on the horizon. So, they built all of their Halo 4 assets to be very scalable so that they'll look good at 720p on the Xbox 360, but more importantly, they'll look good on future TVs at native 4K. And the reason that, you know, they threw them all out, basically, is because, you know, folks didn't really like the look of the Reclaimer saga. And now it looks like, for Halo Infinite, all of its assets basically have gone through the same thing. They're almost like CGI-ready 4K assets that could be dropped into a CGI cutscene and nobody would blink. And going forward, those are the assets now they want to use for the Halo franchise. The textures look like shit in Halo 4 now. They do look like shit, but that's not because they were designed to look like shit. That's more an example of scaling down for performance reasons. Like, they took what is obviously a very high-quality asset, and they scaled it down till it ran on the Xbox 360.
This lake couldn't have been formed by volcanic action, which means it was either built this way on purpose or was created by some other cataclysmic event. I'm sorry. Were you trying to kill something?
Like I said, Halo 3 and 4 never depended on texture upscaling, but it's really nice lighting, so it scales well. Yeah, it's lighting is the big thing that can make or break a game and help it age well or poorly. Stupid question, what would Chief's daily workout be like? Also, it's crazy to me, we have not seen a single ODST ally in a single Halo game. Oh, we've had plenty. Do you mean like a main character? Because we have had ODST NPCs fight alongside you in Halo 2 and Halo 3. And for Chief's daily workout, I'd imagine Chief gets plenty of workout when he's on mission. I think the books explained that the Spartans do have workout regimens. You know, obviously, like, they have, like, personalized workout equipment that's a little bit more intense than what normal Marines can do. Like, when Master Chief was 12, I think, he was using, like, adult equipment in the gym and lifting more weights, like, heavier weights than even, like, adult men could lift. So as an adult, it probably got to the point where he couldn't even use standard gym equipment anymore. You know, they probably had to, like, here you go, Chief. Here's your bench press. It's 2,000 pounds. Here, Master Chief, we brought a car for you to lift. Oh yeah, Reach also had ODST allies as well. I can't believe I forgot Reach. It had a whole segment dedicated to them. Where they were, like, shit-talking you and stuff, because ODSTs don't like Spartans, because Master Chief accidentally killed one of them when he was 12 just by punching the guy, and that single punch just killed, like, he died. He died. The second the fist connected with the skull, it was over. And because of that, culturally, within the UNSC, ODSTs do not like Spartans. They think that they're like Frankenstein monsters. They think that they are, like, that they don't have regard for the men and women of the UNSC, you know? And you see that a bit in Reach when you run into the squad of ODSTs. And they're just like, grab one of those things if you think you can keep up with us, you know, and they're kind of like dismissive of you and stuff. Yeah, no big surprise. To be honest, I do want them to remake Halo 3 in the Unreal Engine 5 because Halo 3 looks so good thanks to its lighting. Oh, you do not want them to, and you don't want Halo 3 to look like a soulless, ultra-realistic Unreal Engine 5 project. I meant we have not seen a single ODST ally in a single 343 game. Gotcha. Okay.
It seems to be a formal apology to the prophets of truth and
gotcha. I get what you mean.
Apparently, regret jumped the gun.
Yeah, and that's a problem. I think that is part of a larger issue that the 343 Halo games had, which is a deprioritizing of AI friendlies. Like, I'm gonna say something to you guys that you probably haven't thought before, and after saying it out loud, it's, yeah. Master Chief has never been the main character of a Halo game, in my opinion, until Halo 4 and Halo 5 and Halo Infinite. Before, Master Chief was always reacting to what the main characters were doing, you know? Like, that's because you and Chief are both inhabiting the same body. You're there along for the ride, basically. Like, when other characters tell you to jump, you ask how high. Like, that's kind of what Chief's role always was.
He's homeworld.
And you think about, like, Halo 1 and how you're following other Marines. You're following, like, what Cortana says in your head. With Halo 2, you've got, like, Johnson and Miranda Keyes, you know, fighting alongside you. And that, you know, gets even more with Halo 3, how you've got, like, the Arbiter fighting alongside you and stuff. Halo has always been a game about the characters beyond the Master Chief. And starting with Halo 4, they did, like, you know, kind of... Call of Duty used to be the same. It was always about the NPC characters. You were just kind of like a first-person camera with a gun. And starting with Halo 4, you know, that's around the time when the game industry at large was shifting for first-person shooters, was shifting over to, like, no, you are the main character and the hero. Like, the first Call of Duty game, I would say, that, like, actually fully embraced that was Call of Duty Black Ops. Like, suddenly now your character is talking during gameplay, which used to be taboo in Call of Duty. Your character was making choices independently of other characters and vocalizing those choices. Like, there was now a separation between the player and the character the player was playing as. And that was just the shift in storytelling that the gaming industry was doing at the time. And Halo 4 did the same thing, you know. Chief now was talking during gameplay. He was asking questions. He was, you know, kind of chatting it up a little bit. And because, you know, well, now Chief can chat. You know, Chief can entertain himself, basically. Like, Chief can do the storytelling himself. You don't really need the other characters, do you? So external AI were, like, deprioritized, and I think that's kind of why we, like, why would we need ODSTs? What value would they give? Is probably the thought process. That's also not a negative, by the way. Don't get it twisted, okay? I'm not saying that as like a, man, games used to be better. That's more just like an observation of the way that storytelling changed in first-person shooters over time. Because, man, I remember when Call of Duty Black Ops came out and, like, my dude was, like, talking and having thoughts that were different from the thoughts I was having. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Not to, you know, not to start conversations, you know, but years ago when I did that podcast with Marty, he said something very similar about Halo 4. When he tried playing through Halo 4, he was driving a Warthog, and he was really distracted by the fact that Chief was, like, having a conversation with somebody. And, like, the Warthog was flipping, and, like, physics were going crazy, and Chief's just like, how? We need to get you back to... And it's just like, do you see what's happening on the screen? Why are you fucking talking? So it definitely was, like, an adjustment period for people, getting used to the idea of, like, an FPS protagonist kind of having agency independent of the player. And still, I think that dissonance still exists in most first-person shooter games. Like, I remember Deathloop. I couldn't play Deathloop because I wanted to, like, duct tape the protagonist's mouth shut because he wouldn't shut the fuck up. And he always spoke at the worst possible time because I was focused on something else. And he's like chatting about, like, oh my god, what, there's floating letters where are those floating? And I'm like, I'm picking up guns on the ground. What are you talking about, dude? Like, but I think by now people have gotten used to that dissonance of, like, the character will just sometimes make observations in the environment that you're not thinking about. What did Oni and Halsey do with Spartan 2 and 3s that would be considered a crime against humanity? And would Oni be the secret villains of the Halo franchise? So, definitely one of the crimes I would say that Oni did, and they sort of threw Halsey under the bus for it, was abducting children to experiment on them at a young age and grow them into perfect, like, killing machines. And then, and not just that, replacing the children that they abducted with clones that were designed to die after a couple of years due to any number of illnesses because of their imperfect genetic cloning of, like, entire living beings. So that's definitely, I think, a crime we could agree on. But as for the Spartan 3s, there is no real crime against humanity there. It's more, I guess, what it's like it's this issue that even has kind of, like, I guess we could say a real world analog in that, like, so, like, with Nazi Germany, unbelievably in just like some of the worst shit imaginable happened. Some of the most diabolical, awful, evil research happened under the Nazi regime because they had no rules. Because they just, like, thought they were genetically purer. You know, the Aryans were genetically purer than other people. So they dehumanized people, and they used them for experimentation, for study on how the human body worked, because it was, like, to them just basically like a subhuman. Which is, like, it's hard to even understand that because of how just, like, inhuman that is and evil. And what happened after World War II was over was all of that research into the human body, it still existed. And there was this complicated question of what do we do with all this? Because we can throw out all of the insane shit that they believed. There's knowledge here that was gained from the torture. And I'm glad I didn't need to make a decision. And if it, you know, says anything, like, you know, like a lot of the nations around the world actually kept that research and built off of it, and it furthered the understanding of the human body. But that's so, like, your skin crawls thinking about that period of human history, you know? It's just like, I am happy that I was not a person who had to make a choice like that. Because I would probably say burn it all. Like, we'll figure out we'll figure all this knowledge out in a more humane way.
An enemy.
And that's kind of the moral dilemma of the Spartan 3s, which is they were made more humanely in the Halo universe, but the information that allowed them to refine, you know, the Spartan 3s to be able to augment adults, or like at least late teens, you know, and allow them to kind of like be their own people, that came off the back of research that involved abducting 7-year-olds and killing a shit ton of them, figuring out how to graft these augments onto their bodies, you know? Oh, the S3s are still child soldiers? Okay, never mind then. I was under the impression that they were, by that point, adults. If that's the case, never mind then. Oh yeah, weren't they Ackerson made them?
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
What do you think of the energy sword casting light on the environment? Yeah, I think I'm going to keep this thing.
That one's down.
Yeah, so that's this place. I have very bad memories of this place. Oh my god. A whole bunch of negative emotions just filled me. What happened here? I remember. Okay, so for one of the evolution videos, you know, like, the hardest part about the evolution series is coming up with different shots and different, like, things to make things, like, visually interesting, you know? And the problem with the earlier games in the Halo series is that there's only so many times you can show the opening of each level because there's no checkpoints you can load from, like in Halo 3 onwards. And I remember needing, like, I couldn't keep doing, you know, Cairo Station stuff. I couldn't keep doing, like, you know, the beginning of Delta Halo, and I needed Delta Halo footage. And I remember I needed, like, a specific weapon. I forgot what it was. It was a specific weapon that can be found around here on Delta Halo in the original game, which meant I had to, like, run through the whole level to get just to there. And then when I got there, I couldn't get the AI to do what I wanted them to do. So it was constantly reloading checkpoint, freezing AI, reloading checkpoint, unfreezing AI, like, just. And then I think, like, one of the shots I really needed, because, like, I'm, like, the little recording button for Shadowplay, I disabled it a while ago, and I can't figure out how to get it back on while also having it not show up in the recordings. Because of that, I didn't realize I had not actually pressed record, so a perfect shot I didn't end up recording. And so I had to play through the mission again to get back to that spot, and I was so livid. So just, like, being in that little encounter right there, just suddenly a whole swell of negative emotions came up. The Spartan 3s were war orphans radicalized to hate the Covenant. Yeah, that sounds like Ackerson. Dude, the Halo TV show, like, the Halo TV show, we can all be like, man, that was a poopy stinky, right? Ackerson, I think, was great. He wasn't quite... Well, he wasn't very much like his canon counterpart, Ackerson. But that, like, reinterpretation of Ackerson for drama purposes was so good in the Halo show. Like, I genuinely do think there's a lot of people in the Halo community that now know who Ackerson is thanks to the Halo show and thanks to the fact that they did a decent job with Ackerson and took creative liberties that allowed him to be a very dramatic character in the show while still giving you the basic idea of what the dude was about in canon. Except the Spartan 3s I thought were stupid in the Halo show. I thought that was dumb that they all had the same armor and they all had the, like, it was like the clone troopers. It was very dumb that they all looked like clone troopers. But it was also kind of neat that they incorporated gamey elements into the Spartan 3s. Because, the Spartan 3s had the slimmer suits. They had the thruster packs from Halo 5. And they were told up front, like, your suits are cheaper. You guys are kind of... Well, they weren't told up front. They learned that. That they were kind of designed to be expendable but quick to produce Spartans. So it was cool that they found out, like, a way to have the separation from the chunky, older Spartans. And then the Halo 5 version of the Spartans, which are a lot faster and have thruster packs and stuff.
Get inside the temple and kill regret before it can stop us.
Yo, is Rebecca here? I never said hi. She is here.
Look at the size of that thing.
What's the name of this mod? This mod is called Mjolnir Unchained. Halo 2 Rebalance is going to blow this mod out of the park, trust. Oh my god. Like, when Halo 2 Rebalanced comes out, I'm taking the day off to play Halo 2 Rebalanced. I mean, I also worked, I'm calling my boss. I'm going to tell him I'm sick, I can't come in when Halo 2 Rebalanced drops. Also, I am my boss, so I would say to myself, dude, same, are you playing Halo 2 Rebalanced? And I would not need to answer because I am my boss and my employee, so I would just mentally know what the answer is. And he's been cooking for a while. He has been cooking for a while. Everything he's shown off has been excellent, and if anybody can convince me that fighting human AI can actually be fun in a Halo game, it would probably be Ruby. He'd be the guy to be able to win me over. So I'm very curious to see how that turns out. Warriors, attack!
There's the target. Take him out.
Watch this. This is my favorite part of Halo 2. We get on the old man's wheelchair, and then he starts rolling around on the ground as a physics object. And then he just explodes, and he's still attached to his... God. That's like, if you ever needed proof that Halo 2 was rushed, that is so fucking bad. If you're wondering why the music's so low, I did that on purpose. Because I was worried about, like, copyrighted music, but to be honest, I don't think I need to worry. Late Night Gaming supports elder abuse. I love Audrey too. I love the Halo 2 Gravemind. But I think I like the voice for the Gravemind better in Halo 3. I think this one's containment. And this one's Great Journey are the same. It's a little bit silly. But also I like the silliness, so I don't know. I would prefer it be silly.
This is unprecedented. Unacceptable.
Halo looks really good with PBR shaders. Well, this is not PBR shaders, my friend. Those are shiny bump maps you're looking at.
No, Holy One. I only wish to express my concern that the brutes...
Recommissioning the guard was...
That is such a good shot right there.
But recent events have made it abundantly clear.
Truth is like bordering. He's bordering the Spec Ops commander. And it makes the Spec Ops commander look really small. Like, you've got the hand in the foreground. You've got... It's just like... He's literally, like, bordering him. Like, he's the one in charge. That was just a good shot.
Because of this exchange of hands.
We have always been your protectors.
These are trying times for all of us. Even as the humans annihilate...
I like the detail they added in this cutscene in the anniversary, where he, like, rubs the back of his neck, and he's like, ah, politics, how tiresome.
We renewed our faith in the prophecy that other rings would be found, and see how our faith...
Oh, here comes the monk chant for Delta Halo. There are people that think, just like the Halo theme, that's the sound of, that's the ring song, the monk chant. And the intention during the Bungie years was that every individual Halo ring would have its own monk chant. And, under Bungie at least, all we've heard are 2 different monk chants. The standard Halo theme is one of them, That's the one for Delta Halo, no, Alpha Halo. And this is the monk chant for Delta Halo.
Halo, its divine wind will rush through the stars, propelling all who are worthy along the path to salvation.
But how to start this process? For ages we searched for one who might unlock the secrets of the ring. An oracle. And with your help we found it.
With appropriate humility, we plied the oracle with questions, and it, with clarity and grace, had shown...
Oops, I didn't mean to skip the cutscene because it's a fucking great cutscene, but yeah, that's the monk chant of Delta Halo, and it's so good. In fact, actually, I think I have it. If you guys don't mind me being autistic for a second. No. Hang on. No. What is that mission called? Secret Icon. Here we go. And it's also sung in a different key. That's pretty good, right? That's a pretty good monk chant. I hate how the SMGs are meta in BF6. Feels like I'm playing COD. Are they still meta? See, they wouldn't need to be meta if DICE locked weapons to classes. But DICE won't do that. EA won't do that because they're scared of integrity in their game design. Play the Halo 4 chant, your favorite one, man. Shut up. Shut up! You know what's interesting? Halo 5 has a monastic version of the Halo 4 chant that went by a lot of people's heads. Like, you know, that, like, oh, hey, wow, hey, like, you know, like that obnoxious Halo 4 theme. They did a monk version of that in Halo 5. The Prophet of Truth in Halo 2 feels so manipulative thanks to the amazing voice acting. I actually believed Truth was a good person until I learned more about what his lies were. Halo 3, he kind of feels like the mustache villain. Yeah, it's definitely down to, I think, like the change in actor for Halo 3. He feels like a different character in Halo 3 because of how wildly different his performance is. You've never heard it? Oh, you've heard it. You've heard it because it shows up in Halo 5's campaign at a scripted moment. It just sounds so different, sung in the monastic style. What is it? I think it's in Osiris Suite 3. Hang on. No. Maybe it's Act 4. No. No. Hang on. I'm muting this for a second, just because it probably sounds obnoxious hearing me skip around. It's one of these. I think it's Suite 4. Yep, here it is. Found it. It is Osiris Suite 4. I was correct. See, that you can't, my haters can't say that I mindlessly hate 343 Halo games, because even they don't know this fact. Okay, here we go. Here it comes. Okay, think about the Halo 4 theme. Pause. It's the Halo 4 main menu theme. They just made it into a monk chant. It's the Halo 4 monk chant. Well, not monk chant, because it wasn't a monk chant in Halo 4, but they turned it into a monk chant for that melody. Because I think they were really hoping that melody would be kind of like the song of the Reclaimer saga. But when Halo 4 came out, you know, it didn't beat the monk chant. It just was not. It was not as powerful and, like, iconic, you could say. Because I don't think iconic needs to mean you can only do one thing, you know? I don't think that's what that means. Like, okay, you know, in New Super Mario Bros., the ba-ba, like, that was a new idea for the music. Ba-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum, ba-ba-ba-bum-bum. That's iconic, I think. You may not like it, but that was a new sound for the Mario soundtrack, and it was iconic. Like, immediately, it was just like, that is good. We're keeping that in the franchise for a while. And the issue that the Halo 4 chant had is it was just not iconic. And for a Halo game, you need an iconic monk chant. Or iconic just sound when you boot up the menu for the first time. And booting up Halo 4 for the first time and just, like, no. No. But it didn't mean they were going to let that little melody die. So they kept it. It plays when you do the mission blue team. No, not blue team. It plays when you do the mission reunion. Chief goes over to the thing, you know, Ollie Ollie Oxen free plays. And then he, you know, beep, weep, with the little thing. And then as you go down the elevator, when the world of Genesis is revealed to you and you see that massive structure in the distance, that's when that monk chant plays. And it was supposed to be kind of like a Halo reveal, you know, but instead of a Halo, it's a new Shield world, you know? So you play the song of a Shield world. But I just, as much as I didn't like the obnoxious wailing in Halo 4, I think that works better. Like, that melody was designed around that specific, like, vocal style. And I think just, like, it sounds, like, weird, and it doesn't flow as smoothly as the traditional Halo monk chant flows. I don't think it translates well into the Gregorian style in Halo 5. I don't think it worked that well. Oh man. Humans. Who here joined halfway through the stream? Just a show of hands. Halo 4 did have great tracks, though. For example, Green and Blue. Green and Blue's very good. Yeah. Not saying Halo 4 didn't have good tracks. Just nothing was iconic, really, in Halo 4. And it's fucking frustrating, man. Because, you know, 117 is, like, this close to being iconic. It needs some nips and tucks, and it could be made into a really iconic track. But the best parts of it should have informed the entire structure of the song, and unfortunately they are only a fraction of it, and then it goes into, like, build up and build up and build up. Just join. Okay, we're going to return to a more, like, whoa level, which is the Mombasa fighting. My favorite Halo 4 track is 117. Yeah, 117 is the one that I think has the most aura. No, I lied. There is a single piece of music in Halo 4 that I feel like if you just threw that into Halo Reach, nobody would notice because of how well it fits. And it's Intruders. Where is it? Where did I put it? And I also got to be careful about what I play, because some tracks in Halo 4 are copyrighted. Because Neil Davidge made them with his production company. So there's, like, the rights to Halo 4's music are in this weird, like, somebody else technically owns them. Yeah, any track composed by Neil Davidge is off limits. Mantis is also great, but I also think Walk Softly, which is Halo 5's version of Mantis, is so fucking good. So good. Some of my music's missing. What the fuck? Some of my music is just missing. Okay. It's number 16. I'm sorry, I completely got sidetracked. I wasn't looking for intruders. I can't even remember what I was looking for now. Oh, 117 is what I was looking for. No. Yeah. That's weird. 117 is just gone. Huh. Alrighty. Oh well. That's Windows stuff. That only happens when I update Windows. Sometimes a file goes missing. Is that why you never hear a lot of it in Halo 5? Because that specific version? Yeah. Of the monk chant? Yeah. Because it only plays like once in the campaign, I think. Here, we're going to go back and we're going to play a really exciting mission. That you guys are, it's going to blow your mind for those of you who just joined. Oh, the song that you could fit into Reach without anyone knowing. Yes, that is Intruders. I just like brought that up randomly. What I was looking for was 117, and I couldn't find it because it's been chucked into the sun, apparently by a Windows 11 update. That's okay. That's okay. I'm not mad. Mostly. This is the song that feels like it's from Halo Reach. Listen to this. Hang on. Doesn't that sound like Halo Reach? It's good. That's a good piece of music. I really, really, really like Intruders. Like, I know everybody likes 117 and that stupid fucking boring song, Arrival, that sounds like we have the Bayformers at home. Intruders is my favorite piece of music from Halo 4. And I could not articulate why. It's just something about that, like the progression of the strings mixed with the horns. It just gives that like bum 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 bum. You know? Do you think Halo Reach OST sounds like too generic Middle Eastern music or too generic COD-like music? Not at all. Middle Eastern music's that's a very vague way to describe it. Specifically the vocals, they went for like a because they wanted the planet Reach to sound musically different than other locations in the Halo universe. Like Halo rings are monastic. Forerunner stuff is usually very monastic, sounds very church-like. So they wanted to keep using choirs, but they needed to find a way to make it sound musically different from Forerunner environments. So they looked towards other religious chants, and they thought Islamic type chanting would be a cool way to separate the planet Reach from Forerunner installations. And I actually I think it works. Like Reach has a very different atmosphere than anywhere else in the Halo universe because of that. I wouldn't say it was generic. Like Reach, I don't think Reach has a very generic soundtrack at all. I think Reach has a very emotional soundtrack. I will say Reach, this makes it it makes it a little bit difficult for video editing. It doesn't have a variety of emotions to it. Which is not a flaw of Reach, by the way. That, like, hey, guess what? The game that's supposed to be a little bit more serious has serious music. Like, they nailed it. They nailed their goals. But for video editing and stuff, it makes Reach's soundtrack very difficult to use because it's all serious. You know, you can't have, like, hey, guys, today we're going to talk about the wacky, wacky, poopy pants mod for Halo. And it's like... you know, like the very sad, somber chanting from Reach. I'm not sure if it's me, but that doesn't really sound like Halo Reach. Oh, Intruders? You don't think that sounds like, you know, contacts? Here we go. You don't think that sounds like the beginning of Reach when they saw it? It gives me that. Like that little bah! Like that artificial sound, that's not very Halo-y. But the progression of the chords, the melody, the beat, the brass, all of that gives me Halo Reach vibes. It's very, the Covenant is on Reach. I repeat, the Covenant is on Reach core. Yeah, it does give that. Like, obviously, you know, it is going to sound different because it's going to be using different pads, different software. So quite literally, the instruments are not going to sound like the same instruments that Bungie used, which is another thing that thankfully the folk in the music side of the Halo community, they've kind of keyed me in on, and I've tuned my tuned kind of the way that I look at Halo music as also being, it's very important also that the software evolution of Halo's music is preserved as well, because part of the thing that makes Halo music sound like Halo also is the software instruments that they composed the music with. Like, for example, here, I'm going to show you guys. You guys want to see something wicked cool. So awesome cool. If I can find it. If I can find it. Oh, there it is. Okay. This was a music pack that was done by, I can't actually remember who it was in the community. That's bad. I need to like look into that because I need to know this information. This basically what they did was they found, you know, the original software that was used to compose Halo 1's music. They found the you know, because like Halo 1's music, I think outside of just the Warthog Run theme, Halo 1's music was composed with software, and so they found the patches that were used, like the drums, the like weird, you know, little bubbly sounds and stuff like that, and this was released years and years ago, and it's basically like composing new music or composing Halo 2 music using the technology that was used for Halo 1. So if you want to hear what Peril sounds like using Halo 2, or if you want to hear what Halo 2's Peril sounds like using Halo 1 software, let me see if I can, here we go. I think. That's Halo 1 software. It's the instruments that were used for the Halo 1 soundtrack. An OST I love from Halo 4 is called Push Through. I do not know why. It just feels like Chief goes inside BT from Titanfall and is jumping across Covenant ships. When does that play in Halo 4? Intruders has the same chord progression as that one song in Reach that has the 6/8 time signature. Is that why? Okay. God, when I have time to myself, like, as in, like, in the future, I'm going to properly learn music and how to compose music because I like music a lot. And I wish that I knew more about it. We have Halo. Music, but no Halo Galaxy or Sunshine. Anyway, what type of music would an ODST Resident Evil game go for? What instrument would it use? I think it depends on what the tone of the game is supposed to be. Like, the reason that the ODSTs have, like, sax, you know, and like, jazz and stuff is because the tone of that game is, like, noir, you know? Light mode superior, dark mode inferior. Wait, there's a dark mode for this? Where? Please, 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 please. Tell me. How do I activate it? I didn't know that Windows had... Oh my god. Hang on, where is it? Options? You're blowing my mind right now. Stop. Are you kidding? Why didn't you tell me this before? What's wrong with you? Where is it? Where is it? Now. I don't care. There's no excuse. I don't want to hear, oh, but LNG, there's stream lag. There's stream delay. I don't want to hear excuses. How do I turn on the dark mode? What did I miss? Not much. Not much, to be honest. Brass sounds too Reclaimer Saga to me. Well, the brass is probably, you know, like, it's definitely, it's mixed very different. Like I said, like, the technology of Halo music is important. Like, if you were to take the exact melodies from that Halo 4 song, you could do it in the style of Reach. You know, just slightly different mixing, placing the different layers below or above, you know, different things. Like, I think the melody there gives Reach, and it could be easily mixed to sound more like the Halo Reach soundtrack. I think display settings? Okay. Display settings. Night light? No, that's not what I want. You guys are messing with me. Where is it? Was it Neo who did it? Oh, well, that makes sense. He's the guy that I told you about. Like, the person who I think it's very important to respect the technology that was used to create the original Halo soundtracks. Just search for dark mode. Can I really do that? Dark. Turn on dark mode for apps. Choose your mode. Whoa! You guys seeing this shit? Oh my god. Oh, goodness heavens. Oh, this is joyous. Oh, goodness. Whoa, my keyboard reacts to these settings. What the hell? What? Why don't I just, like, know this shit? Why do I have to come to you guys for tech support? You know what? I'm just going to start streaming every time that I have a question. Like, hey, chat, like, I'm having trouble with my PC. Can you guys help? This is sick. This is sick, man. This is cool. Trying to think. That's a cool looking color for my keyboard. Show accent color on start and taskbar. Yes, yes, please. Thank you. Oh, this is so cool. Okay, we are so back. What is this? Contrast themes? What is this? Ah! What's happening? Where'd you guys go? Are you still here? What is happening? Okay, you know what? This is something I'm going to mess with off stream. Personalization color. This is... Oh, this is so cool. Okay, this is cool. When you first saw dark mode, were you blinded by its majesty? No, quite the opposite. I was not blinded because it was dark mode. Here, let's keep playing. We're doing Halo, right? And here I thought they sent you on a wild goose chase. Do you think the Reclaimer era will ever have Remember Reach like nostalgia? Oh, I think so. It's up to 3/4, or I guess Halo Studios though to I think it is having that, or it did during Halo Infinite. Like the amount of interest from some of those Reclaimer Saga models, people want Warzone to come back. Like I think there is stuff from the Reclaimer Saga that people miss quite a bit, as well as people reevaluating Halo 5's multiplayer. It never... Bro, you never bothered to look at your own settings. Do you know how many settings there are on a PC? I don't know, man. Like, it's just, oh, Windows, yeah, everything's bright. That's just, like, that's how it's been since I was a child. Nobody told me that... You know how, like, there's dark modes for websites? Well, guess what? They made dark modes for your PC. It just... A PC has, like, Windows has always just been, like, a constant in my life. Like, yeah, it's blinding white. That's just what life is like on Windows. Here, let me... Okay, I got music set to 100. It's because the Windows 11 UI is trash. It is also trash, and I don't like digging through it. Hang on, I have the game audio too low, so you guys probably missed that. There was an elite, that elite right there. He was like glitching, and like his aim was wildly gesticulating around, and he just said, "Hiding will not save you!" And then he ran and hid behind a corner. Alrighty. God, I wish the audio... Yeah, you guys are saying no game audio. I wish it was loud enough that you could have heard that. That was very funny. I honestly wish in Halo 4 and Halo 5 you could use the Master Chief armor. That was a weird thing that they did. And I suspect the reason that they did that was wanting to make the Master Chief, like, important. You know, they kind of wanted it to be like, hey, listen, if you want to wear the Chief's armor, go play the campaign. For multiplayer... You gotta make your own Spartan. You're not Chief. Why would you wear Chief's armor in multiplayer? Yeah, this mod's cool. Like, I love everything that they did here. I think all the Delta Halo stuff needs a lot of work, because unfortunately Delta Halo in general needs a lot of work.
We got jackals in the courtyard.
Grown man reacts like a child tasting candy for the first time when exposed to Windows Dark Mode. It's great! Like, you guys don't know how many headaches I've developed over the years of editing and having to be like, where the fuck is it? It was in one of these files. While I'm editing, just because, like, I don't know where shit is, and I'm so disorganized, and I have to stare at this blinding white screen.
Take a look at it. KIA. Got another hostile.
LNG, check out Mac OS Aqua. It's my favorite default OS UI. How old is it? Is that new? Or is that like a legacy Mac UI? Because I remember Apple, like, at least back when, you know, I was in high school, back in, like, 2012, I remember thinking that, that the Apple MacBook UI was so good, and the switch over to Windows when I finally got a desktop PC was like the most painful thing in the world because of just how boring it was. What is this mod? It's called Halo Mjolnir Unchained. Is that everything? Have we done Jackals in the Courtyard yet? It's from 2000? It is? Okay. You know what? Rebecca probably knows exactly what you're talking about then.
My girl's a little big for that courtyard, Sergeant. I see it good LZ on the other side of these buildings. Meet you there. Over. Copy that. Someone get a satchel on the gate.
That was good, wasn't it?
Uh-oh.
Hunter.
This piece of music's so good, man.
Second squad, this is Cortana. What is your status? Over.
I love the guitar drop in Halo 2 Anniversary at this moment.
Find a hole, stay put.
I need to listen to the Halo 2 Anniversary version of this. Is it good? Greetings! Oh, wrong greetings? Oh yeah, it's greetings!
My Pelicans are gonna start
Good to see you, Gordon. Ridiculous ties.
The glorious fat pelican queen. Oh, the Halo. Is that what it is? Is it a fat pelican? Yeah, he's a little bit chunky. God, I love the Halo 2 pelican design.
That got him. Sniper down. Let's go. Hey, how's he doing, mate? Hey, there's another one. Going back down, mate. You can't be that bad. Oh,
Look at this. Look at how bright the energy sword is, because it's now a light source. Okay, hang on. I want to pick up the pistol back there and see how it's been changed. Probably not much, right? Yeah, not much. Bad idea. A Halo game that explores mental health, specifically of the Marines, ODSTs, and Elites. I wouldn't say any idea is bad, because if the game can end up being good, like, you've stumbled upon a really unique idea. But it's definitely not what I would do if I had the Halo IP. I would do something very, very, silly with it. I mean, no, not silly. I wouldn't make, like, a silly Halo game. I think what I would try to do is I would try to take Halo Wars and, like, what if that battle is in first person? Scale of those, you know? Didn't miss this. Oh, Mr. Nowhere's here! Mr. Nowhere, thank you so much for the $50, dude. It's awesome seeing you again, man. You are the GOAT. You are the king. You are the king. I am subservient to you. It is awesome having you back, man. How are you doing, Mr. Nowhere? How's life treating you, dude? Honestly, I don't like the mod that mods classic Halo models into Halo 4. As time has gone on and like my opinions have matured and refined over the years, I also don't like those mods either. I understand what they're trying to do, but the problem is you can't just swap Halo 4 Master Chief for the Halo 3 one and swap out some of the guns for Halo 3 models and then be like, there you go, the art style's changed. Because no, you changed like 8 to 9 different models. The environments are still designed around the Reclaimer Saga aesthetic, the lighting, the tone, everything. Like, if you want to actually do Halo 4 in a different art style, you have to redo everything. Which is why it hasn't been done like that, because that's a very tremendous undertaking. But, yeah, look, I fixed the art style, and it's just like the Halo 2 Anniversary shotgun in Halo 4. It's like, no, you didn't. Mr. Yeah, he's Mr. Those $50 will get you 2 things on Amazon. Oh, but those 2 things are going to be so good. Which Halo character is most like Leon Kennedy? Which Resident Evil character? Oh, which Halo character is most like Leon Kennedy? June? Maybe? I don't know. Leon Kennedy, like, in Resident Evil 9, the look of him, he looks like a guy who's been through a lot. And I can't really think of a single character that's like that, you know? Pull off the Wings of Redemption and say $50 isn't the donation goal. You need to make $900 every stream to keep afloat. Is that what Wings of Redemption would say if somebody was kind enough to donate $50 to him? First order as king is to take care of your health. Mr. Nowhere, I will take care of my health for you, sir. I will take very good care of my health for you, my king, my goat, my legend. Anything for you. Dude's been through shit, but he still has that hairstyle. June? Isn't he bald? Oh, is that the joke? Someone gave him $100 before. Someone gave Wings of Redemption $100 before, and his response was, you should have given me $900. That's nuts. You all know the best Halo is Roblox Delta Ring. Oh yeah, somebody was asking about Delta Ring 2, if I've seen it. No, is Delta Ring 2 happening? We all know Delta Ring fucking rocks. It's the best Halo mod. No, not mod. It's the best Halo game on Roblox. I will absolutely check out Delta Ring 2.
Welcome aboard, Chief.
There's a hang on, I gotta read this. This is nuts. There's a $500 course on Udemy where they teach you how to respond to large dollar donations in a live chat. Is that... Hang on. I don't believe you. I think you're lying to me. What is Udemy? I made it up, man. Oh my god. Okay, you made it up? I called your bluff. Which reload animation do you prefer of the Halo bullpup rifles? The classic 1, 2, 3 reload in Halo 3, or the Reach onward reload, where a non-empty reload, you take out the mag and then you slap the next mag into the butt of the rifle and the empty reload. Oh, like, do I prefer every single reload looking exactly the same, or do I prefer an empty and non-empty? Definitely an empty and non-empty reload, I think. Of course, it's where you spend $500 for someone to teach you JavaScript. Is that true? Is it, like, actually a good service, or is it very silly? He has you by the gills, bro. It's a joke. Are you calling me a fish? What do you mean by the gills? Rebecca's using the sparkle on. Rebecca, she saw Germa's sparkle on emote, and she was like she was obsessed with it. She subbed to him just for that emote. She loves the Germa sparkle on emote. Like, she's obsessed with it. She knows exactly where it's from. And she, like, had her camera, and she's like, I need you to pose like this. And she, like a doll, she posed me. Who is the best female character in Halo besides Cortana? Oh, there's a lot of cool ones. Miranda Keyes is really cool, at least in Halo 2. She's cool in Halo 3 as well. Of course, Serena. Serena, we can't mention the best female Halo characters without mentioning Serena. She is Rebecca's favorite AI character. Rebecca calls her a Barbie doll. Serena is great. Love Serena. It's fine. They use the same slap mag initiation or animation for every assault rifle after reach, but I wish they stuck with the classic reload from Halo 3 for the battle rifle. I'm trying to like, I know, so the animation established for the assault rifle, I know what you're talking about, the like point up at the sky, magazine out, magazine in, do a thing with your hand. I feel like every assault rifle afterwards, though, was modeled off of the Halo 3 one. Like, even up to Halo Infinite. The details are slightly different in how it's done, but it is mostly the same kind of posing, the same motions and stuff. You don't really have, like, something wildly different looking, you know? I do, though, wish that the battle rifle and the assault rifle shared reload animations, because I don't think there's a reason for the battle rifle to have a completely unique set of reload animations. I think that those resources could go elsewhere. You know, and, like, sometimes it can work. Like, in Halo 5, the battle rifle reload is different from the assault rifle reload, and it looks sick. It looks so cool. The Halo 5 battle rifle reload, I think, so far is the best bullpup reload in the Halo series, outside of the Halo 1. The Halo 1, you know, assault rifle. Even then, I might actually like it better than the assault rifle from Halo 1. The Halo 5 battle rifle model, specifically. It's like the like, magazine out, magazine in, and then the, like, bolt charge and just letting it go, you know, and it's slamming up and then pulling the, it's great. It's great. But in Halo Infinite, they killed it. The bastards killed it. The Halo Infinite battle rifle animation is so fucking bad looking. I hate that reload animation so much. It's like, I can count the keyframes in the animation. It looks so unpolished. And even just, like, the posing isn't good. Like, you're when you pull the bolt in Halo 5, the gigantic hand of the Spartan covers up most of the gun, so you can't even see what he's doing. It just looks like a big mitt comes up on screen and does a thing. It's just, like, really bad posing. It's fine. They use the same slap mag animation for every assault rifle after reach, but I wish they stuck with the classic reload animation from Halo 3 for the battle rifle. I'm trying to think of what you're referencing. Do you just mean that, like, magazine out, magazine in, and then slap it in for good measure? Is that what you mean? If you're still in here, Mr. I don't think I got to see how you've been doing, Mr. Nowhere. Did you guys know that Assault on the Control Room has its name because you start the mission with an assault rifle? Shut up. That's not true. You're lying. That joke's not funny. Okay, it is. Okay, it's funny. Let me clarify. It's funny. But that's not true. He's lying, okay? They are similar built weapons, specifically reach-style assault rifles. Yeah, they are, and that's probably why they can share reload animations so seamlessly. But, like, surely it wouldn't be super hard, right? Have you ever heard of Hyper on YouTube? He did reload animations for COD Modern Warfare 2019, and he has a video of some animations he did for seized weapons. Of course, I've heard of Hyper. Everybody's heard of Hyper. I thought Hyper, though, joined, like, later. Did he work on Modern Warfare 2019? Or did he join, like, after the launch of it?
The highest concentration of Covenant troops is directly below the carrier. I don't think they want you to get on board.
Yeah, and he's very
skilled. Is the most direct route to
It's called Halo Combat Evolved because combat evolved. Did you know Halo 2 is called Halo 2 because it's the second Halo? No, I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know. Oh, my God. Oh my God, one of my favorite donkey bits, video game donkey bits, is when he's explaining why the Halo games are called the way they are. He was like, didn't he say Halo 2 is called Halo 2 because there's another Halo in it? And Halo Wars is called Halo Wars because the Halo games go to war with each other? Oh my God.
Chief, the carrier just launched a wave of pods.
Yeah, Seattle.
They're inbound.
Gotta get me some of that Seattle slice. I love the video of Donkey ranking every pizza from every state.
But it beats swimming. They've been analyzing the Covenant tactical chatter. They're surprised, confused.
It's called Halo 2 because there's two Halos. Is that what it was?
All of us.
Oh yeah, then we have Halo Wars because the two Halos go to war.
Explain why they came here with such a small fleet.
Did you know there will be no Halo 7 because 687? Wait. Wait. No, that's not how the joke goes. No. Oh my God, it is a 6-7 joke. But I thought you were going for like why is 10 scared of the number 7? It's because 7, 8. No, it's why is 11 scared of the number 7, and it's because 7, 8, 9, and 10. And it's like, get it? Are you laughing? Laugh. Oh wait, I screwed it up? Oh, so you were making the same joke as me. You just messed it up. Yeah, Rebecca thought you were making a 6-7 joke. Are people done with 6-7? Like, what's the new thing that the kids are... What's the new meme? Is it cortisol maxing? Is that... Yeah, for the last week, we've been cortisol maxing. Oh, yeah, so Rebecca has been talking about cortisol levels for years. Rebecca is like, you gotta watch your cortisol. Yeah, and then somebody said cortisol maxing recently, and we were like, what the fuck? You've been saying cortisol... Why is everyone ripping... There's another thing Rebecca's been doing for years that people have recently been saying. I can't remember what it is, though. Jester. Is that like making an ass out of yourself? As a 73-year-old Halo player, 6'7" is so freaking funny. Shut up, pooping pills. Shut up. Shut up! I think I said Halo Reach is called Halo Reach because you have to reach to get to the first Halo ring. I wonder what memes are going to be like in 2552. Oh, I know exactly what memes are going to be like. So you know that that scene in that Doctor Who episode where everybody has like the earpieces and they download the information directly into their brains? Remember, and like everybody stopped moving and they were just like standing there like statues and like their little things were bleeping. And then just suddenly they all in unison laughed and then kept walking. That's what memes are going to be like. It's going to be like, oh, it's like, all right, boys, upload the latest meme to everybody's neural implant. As a dude who is in his 120s, looking love Among Us progress. No, the reason I laughed at that was because my friend from childhood, John, that's all I'm gonna say, because good luck finding him. His name's John, so is 5 billion other people. He once got, I can't remember what the website was, but it was like oh gosh, this was in the early 2000s. No, mid 2000s. And it was like, you know, like, we're kids. And he's like, you know, state your age. And he put his age as being born in 1886. And the website banned him. Like, it did. I've never seen that happen before, but he couldn't make another account on that computer. Like, the website wouldn't. Oh my god, it was some kid's game. I wish I could remember what it was. Oh my god. I've never, every now and then I like test to see if there's like a bullshit detector on some of these websites. Oh my god. Like whenever I need to like make a Chick-fil-A account or something like that, it's like, I wonder what would happen if I said I was born in the 1700s. Very funny. Banned. Oh my god. Pop Tropica. Club Penguin wasn't having. It was like one of those games. Like a Club Penguin like. I have never seen a website just straight up not have your shit. Not even like a, there was an error, try again. Like just straight up, like no second chances, you're done. We know you're a fucking kid. My sister got banned from Club Penguin for inciting a riot. What do you do? What do you mean? What's a riot look like on Club Penguin? What does that mean? And sitting and what? Sitting and standing up over and over again? But don't kids just do that? Oh, just like everybody on the server cussing and stuff? Just causing chaos? Now that's funny. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Let me tell you, the internet's different. Not like it used to be. let me tell you, back in my day, there was a video that you'd show your friends to scare them. It was a car, see? A car driving along a nice scenic green road. And the car was off in the distance. So your friend had a low resolution monitor. He had to, you know, get a little bit closer so he could, where's that car driving to? And then, at the end of the video, the camera starts zooming out. So, okay, it's zooming out. We're very far away from this car. We gotta lean in a little bit closer. We gotta lean in a little bit closer. And then a zombie pops up on the screen and screams. And then the video's over, and your friend is on his ass on the ground, screaming, terrified. The internet's not like that anymore. We used to have rules. And now it seems like the only rule is there are no rules. Oh yeah, Rebecca participated in a historic event. She participated in the Pools Closed things on Habbo Hotel. She was part of the pool riots.
That's quite
Are you ready for a hit game? Monster Horizon Hunter Dawn. Oh my god. Have you guys seen it? There's a new Concord. Mr. President, a new Concord has hit the tower. So we've right now, it's not a trilogy yet, okay? We're waiting for Highguard to announce the shutdown of its servers. Yeah, right now it seems like Highguard is hanging on by a thread. Once Highguard shuts down, we're gonna have a Concord trilogy. Is it gonna be a trilogy? It will be a trilogy if this I just called it a Monster Hunter game. If this Horizon game comes out. Here, you guys want to see it? This is like the most, this is a very bad idea thing that I think I've ever seen outside of that shitty, what's that thing called? Fair Games, and the S is a $sign that Sony insists they want to make. Okay, look at this.
From the ash.
This isn't a joke. This is a game Sony is doing. You know, Horizon Zero Dawn, it's a property that doesn't have a lot of charisma. And they're making a version of it with even less charisma. If you can believe that. It's got everything. It's got the purple Fortnite lightning. It's got the purple stylized Fortnite-y, like... Everything should aspire to be Concord. And also, one of the top comments was so good. It was like, take a shot every time someone does the DreamWorks animation smirk. So it's like, okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got 3 drinks so far. 4. He didn't smirk. Okay, he was very stoic, but he, you know, nodded his head. It's another one. They're making another one of these games, and I don't know why. Here we go. You ready? Okay. What was that? 5, 6, 7? Shut up. 8, 9. 10, 11. That doesn't really count. Sort of. 12, 13, 14, It's just like... Is anybody like interested in this? It's just like another one. It's the new Horizon game. It's been how long since the last Horizon game? And this is what they've been doing for the last couple of years. Instead of like... So I'm saying this as someone that doesn't even think Horizon is that good of a franchise. I think it has no charisma. I think the only thing people were interested in is why there were robots everywhere. And then the first game answered that. And that was it. Because the actual characters of the game are not interesting. Aloy is boring. The cultures in the game are very boring. I mean, who can forget the Sun King who worships the sun because, you know, they're like cavemen. That's very deep lore. That the cavemen worship the sun and they have a sun king. Oh my god, that's very clever and creative. You're very smart, Gorilla. Yeah, so like Horizon, it's just like it's got no charisma, it's got no riz. And this looks like they surgically removed everything they could from it to make it as boring looking as humanly possible. I just, like, I don't know what they're doing here. I don't know what this is. Who this was for or why they thought it was a good idea to do this. Look at Mac OS Aqua. This is your favorite interface. That's clean looking. All right, Steve Jobs.
That was shown at Macworld 2000.
Rebecca says that was shown at Macworld 2000.
And it was supposed to be like transparent stuff, like futuristic. That's what they thought was futuristic.
It was supposed to look very futuristic because at the time this was, you know, future.
And it also used a lot of transparent elements to make it look like water.
It used a lot of transparent elements to make it look like water. No, this is not finished. Check the photos. Okay. Is this it? This is it, right? Yeah. I like... This is kind of what my... It was probably like a later version of it, but this is sort of what my MacBook when I was in school looked like. Yeah, this is the one that I liked. I vastly prefer the look of Mac OS to Windows, to be honest. Well, that's because, like, Mac has, like, fucking art direction and an aesthetic, you know? And Windows doesn't. Because Windows pushed out everybody that's actually creative. Nobody wants to work at Windows if they're creative anymore. LNG is being an internet explorer. Is that what I'm being? Hell nah. Yeah. Tried and true, the easy style for that monster. Yeah, that Monster Hunter game looks... No, not Monster Hunter, that Horizon game. Maybe it's just because of how much I dislike the Horizon series and genuinely do not understand what people see in it. Like, I kind of feel like I'm the only sane person on the world when it comes to Horizon. But like my like annoyance at that Horizon trailer is a little bit higher than Fair Games. Like this is the other Concord like that is like most certainly gonna bomb when it comes out. Like it will flop, you know?
You want to know about us?
No.
Seems like everyone does these days.
No, nobody cares.
It's simple. Too much money and too much power is held by just a few people. And it's only getting worse.
I love that, like, they think hackers are, like, memes and emojis and, like, glitchy effects and stuff. There was, Kyle Bossman said something really funny about this bit, where he was like, what do you mean, imagine a world where billionaires hoard all the planet's wealth? He's like, that's like now. We don't have to imagine that. That's Earth. Like, we're living that. Like, that was my... His reaction to this is... Like, what is this?
Decided to do something about it. Let's go.
It's like, you know, because heisters would dress like this. They'd look crazy and wacky and, you know. Thank God she's got her hoop earrings. It's just like, I feel like, you guys feel it too, right? Like you're watching this and you're just like tired. And then the monkeys. And the monkeys, when this game was revealed, this stupid fucking monkey mask was everywhere. Like they thought this was it, man. Like, that's their iconic thing. Like, you know Payday? Like, that American flag mask? How that's, like, iconic to the Payday franchise? They thought these monkey masks were it. Like, that was their iconic thing, and it was everywhere. And another thing Kyle Bossman said that I completely agree with is, he was like, Sony, if you need, like, help with making this game more likable, here's what I would do. Like, this would instantly help the game. So you need to go to the developer, you need to go into their files, and you need to locate the files for these 3 monkey masks and delete them. And immediately your game will improve. That's all you got to do is delete the monkey masks. And if I couldn't okay, so this game also there it is. I had to reach around my... This game also has like really weird a really weird, messy behind the scenes story. So from what I understand, it's a Ubisoft producer who had a habit, like she has a trackable pattern of basically joining a studio, getting investors really excited about something, and then bouncing from that studio and kind of like leaving them to fend for themselves. She basically, I guess, you know, it's like that meme of like the Grim Reaper going from door to door. Like that's basically seems to be her career as a producer or something. She founded this studio and they pitched this game to Sony, Fair Games, and it's a heisting game like Payday in the third-person style, so that they can have a heavy focus on skins and cosmetics and stuff for microtransaction purposes. But there is a PvP aspect where other heisters are also trying to steal the money, too. And her studio that she formed also heavily invests in AI, to the point that they were doing research into AI-generated 3D models, and they used those ape masks as an example of some of the 3D-generated content they can make. I think it was the ape masks, at least, or it was like a skull or something. And so, needless to say, they had a GDC talk or something like that where they talked about the amazing power of AI to generate 3D models and generate content for your game. And they showed it off, and it was a shitty-looking asset. Then this trailer came out, Fair Games, which I should note has the S stylized as a $sign, so that's already like a knock against the game because that's obnoxious. And then they haven't shown anything since, and then guess what she did? She bounced. So she's not at the studio she founded anymore. She's probably off to go trick a bunch of other people into investing a ton of money and then leaving the employees she gathers to fend for themselves. But Fair Games apparently is still releasing. Sony promises it's still being made. And recently, this is an old blog post. They've recently updated the trademark, and they've gotten rid of the $sign. So now it's just Fair Games with no $sign. But I will not let them forget. It's my job to ensure that they do not forget. I mean, it's not my job, like, but it's my job as a professional hater of Fair Games to make sure that they don't forget. I will continue to use that $sign. Whenever I talk about Fair Games. It's apparently still coming out. They just won't show us what it is for some reason. I'd like to see those meshes because all the AI Gen 3D models are awfully optimized. Let's take a look. Fair Games. No. Gosh, they showed it off. There's an image of it. No. I'm not. AI mask, maybe? Here it is.
Hello, everybody. How's it going?
Here they are. There's that guy. This asshole. No, he's probably a very nice guy. I don't know who he is. I don't know why I said that. He's probably very nice. He just unfortunately has a bad job and he has to pitch people on bad stuff. Yeah, there's their stupid bad game that they're making. Here it is. Here's an example of some of the AI-generated 3D models that they're making for this game. Stream's fun, but I'm gonna head off now. See you, chat and LNG. Oh yeah, I gotta hop off too. Pretty soon. Dude, I'd love to start doing streams where I just chat about things. You know? Can we petition to ban stim shots from every game? It's just a meta equipment, and I hate seeing it in every COD YouTuber's loadout. Yes, Isaiah, if you form that petition, I will be the first person to co-sign it. I agree with you. There should be a ban. Punishable by a very... No, not even a ban. It should be made into a law. Punishable with a prison sentence if you put a stim shot in your first-person shooter. Kids like rap music, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. God, it's you should do a 6-hour tech support stream where you just ask us PC questions. Oh man, does anybody know how to use DaVinci in the chat? DaVinci Resolve in the chat, because I've got a shit ton of questions. Yeah, so that guy seems very nice. I'm sure he's very pleasant. If he has a spouse, I'm sure the spouse really, really loves him. I assume he's a good husband or boyfriend to her. But fuck him. He sucks. I hate him. Don't forget to talk about the stuff you love. Oh, there is so much stuff that I love. Oh my god, you guys want to hear stuff that I love? There is, okay, so it finally happened. It finally happened. I told you guys that this would happen if I pushed myself. I've been having a From Software brainworm lately, and Elden Ring was a game that I struggled since release to get into. I don't know what it was about it. Maybe it was the fantasy setting, which usually I struggle with. Maybe it was just, you know, life stuff was happening around the time, you know, like moving in with a loved one, getting married, a bunch of other stuff after that. But I finally did it. I broke through whatever the time barrier was. And now I am deep in a I'm very deep in a Elden Ring brain worm. This game is so good. Elden Ring is so good. I know I'm years late to the party. The lore of Elden Ring is so compelling and interesting. I have only a few weeks ago discovered that the titular Elden Ring is not an actual ring like this, you know, like a ring that you put on your finger. It's those alchemical symbols, like those runes. That is the Elden Ring, and it is almost more of a symbol that appears than a physical thing. You can be like, look, it's me, I have it, I'm holding it, the Elden Ring. Elden Ring is so goddamn good. And I just got to the frickin'... So, okay, I killed Godric the Grafted. I killed him. I beat him to a fucking pulp. I kicked his teeth in. Then after Godric the Grafted, I goofed off a little bit in the open world, trying to just kind of like, you know, okay, what do I want to do next? And I stumbled into the lands where, and I know all this because, you know, I fall asleep every night reading the Elden Ring wiki, where Melania, like, finally had enough of Radon and unleashed the Scarlet Rot, so the land is, like, diseased and scary. I'm there, and it's terrifying. It's, like, the most uneasy I have felt in a game that is not a horror game in a while. Like, the music is claustrophobic and suffocating, and it's an open world game, and I feel like I can't breathe, and, like, the walls are closing in because of the music. The enemy encounters are really creative. There are those who doubted LNG would get into Elden Ring. What are they to say now? Are you suffering Halo Ring withdrawal symptoms? A little bit. After finishing up the Halo Infinite Battle Pass, the final one, and getting to max rank, I am, like, saddened by the fact that my grind now going forward is just stuff in the exchange. And the player count isn't, you know, it's harder to find some of the games that I enjoy playing, such as Squad Battle and stuff. But, you know, I'm looking forward to the Halo remake. I am. Like, I'm gonna obviously have creative issues with it, things that I disagree with that I think they could have done differently to make it a more charismatic game. But I am looking forward to the Halo remake because I know at bare minimum, worst case scenario, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Like, the highest it can achieve is fucking amazing. And the worst it could be is pretty good. You know? And if the worst it achieves is pretty good, then that's okay, because that's pretty good. It's a good game. It's some Halo to play, you know? Poor unupdated House Flipper. Oh yeah, House Flipper's been that update has been queued for a little while now. But yeah, I can enable the updates again. I like playing House Flipper though on the Steam Deck. Not so much on the PC, which sucks because the Steam Deck can barely run House Flipper. Oh, guess what? I've also been doing Helldivers because my PC can now run it. And I finally grinded the ODST Battle Pass. There is a specific planet to go to. If you guys want to see, I can load up Helldivers for a quick second and I'll show you. There's a planet you can go to. That planet it's guaranteed to always generate the most optimal, like, placement of stuff and the most balanced stuff. You know, like, give or take, a few oddities. And so what I would do is at night, we'd be listening to podcasts or something like that. Rebecca and I, she'd be playing Stardew Valley and I'd be grinding this planet in Helldivers. So come over here. Okay, you go to your galactic map.
We cannot
it's over here.
Any closer to Super Earth.
This is it. This planet, if you play it on trivial difficulty, it doesn't matter what your difficulty is, okay? It doesn't increase your odds of spawning good stuff. Play on trivial, you'll have absolutely no issue. The AI will be pushovers. And what you want to look for is like this. Do you see that? Do you see that land formation? It's flat. It's very flat. The extraction point is in the dead center, and there's usually an objective off-center. This is it. You're guaranteed to find a few credits on a map that's generated like this. And so that's all you got to do is you pop in, find all of the things, and then what you can do is you don't actually have to extract to keep the super credits, the free currency. You can just leave the match and go back to your super carrier. So you pop in, get all the super credits, then just leave the match. And then find another, mission that has this same kind of layout. And I was able... I got myself the ODST Battle Pass. See? There it is. Currently working on getting the body, but... The most ambitious Halo 2 mod, Helldivers 2. Hell yeah! LNG, did you see the new Half-Life Gravity Gun? Yes, I did. I have re-downloaded No Man's Sky. Cyberstan is brutal. Oh my god, I'm terrified to do Cyberstan. I'm not there yet. Like, I'm really good on the Xbox, but I'm not there yet with keyboard and mouse. I'm very anxious about Cyberstan because I've heard terrible horror stories about how difficult, and I mean terrible in like a good way. I've heard it's like traumatic. Cyberstan is hard, but it's so much fun. Yeah, I am definitely going to join the fight soon for to take over Cyberstan. Helldiver or Arc Raiders I really like, but I'm putting on the back burner for a little bit, because of Helldivers. And Elden Ring, though, this is the big one. And let me tell you, it's not within my budget, I think, for a little while, but I am looking at Elden Ring Night Rain with hunger. Because Elden Ring Night Rain is kind of like, you know, like these live servicey hobby games, but it's Elden Ring. So I'm just like, you know, staring at Elden Ring Night Rain. Like I can feel the call, but unfortunately it's just not, it's not within my budget for a little bit. Can't really buy any new games right now. Oh, but God. Bloodborne. Yes, I also have Bloodborne installed on my PC. And no, that's not a joke. I do have it installed. The PS4 emulator is at a point now where you can play Bloodborne from start to finish. And it is mostly bug-free. And it is a damn near one-to-one port of the... Not port. It's an emulation. It's a damn near one-to-one emulation of the PS4 experience. Cyberstan is the new Creek. Yeah, that's what everybody's saying. I've been looking at the Helldivers subreddit, and it's hilarious the way people talk about the cyborg enemy, the new cyborgs. They look terrifying. Recently, I've been playing Space Marine 2, and I love it. That's another one that I one day yearn to have. When we have money to throw around on things we enjoy. Space Marine 2 is another one I hope to own. I really hope Dusk Bloods is a banger. It was just confirmed for this year, I think. Dude, so we have a Switch 2, and like it's, you know, it's Rebecca's, because she's the sweetie pie princess. I love her so much. She's my queen, and she plays cute games on it, like Pokemon at 60 frames per second and stuff. But I asked her if I could use the Switch 2, like if she's not going to be using it around the time Dusk Bloods comes out, because I'm going to want Dusk Bloods. It's on Game Pass right now. I don't subscribe to Game Pass. I do like $30 a month. I cannot justify that, you know? Like, I'd rather own it. That way I don't have to pay a monthly fee to play it, you know? Yeah, I don't pay for Game Pass at all. I don't, you know, my Xbox, I can't play online games right now for it. And that's okay. House Flipper thought it was about doorbell cams. No, House Flipper is an awesome game. It's exactly what it sounds like. You find... Oh my god, this game is so good, okay? There's a reason I have 24 hours in it currently, and Rebecca has hundreds of hours. Hundreds. It's literally a game where you find a dump. Like the house sucks. It's got water damage, it's got mold, and you flip it. You sell the trash, clean up the trash. You usually have a budget of like, you know, a few $1,000s or whatever, and you flip the house, and then you sell it and you make a profit. It's great. It's so great. And it's got like little skill trees for people who like that, so you can like level up your painting skill, so you can paint more areas on the wall or paint it faster, get more money for selling things. Oh my god, I love House Flipper. And it's on Xbox as well. Like it's played from the first person perspective. House Flipper is so, like, if you feel stressed and overstimulated sometimes, and you're like, I want like a game with like, you know, lots of like, you know, like Call of Duty hit marker type, you know, like just little treats. You know, I want good visual feedback and stuff, lots of satisfying sounds. I want it to be from the first person perspective. This game is so satisfying, and it's not about combat. I mean, you can, you know, break shit because you're trying to flip the house, but it's just like spending 2 hours on a fucking dump and at the end of it, it looks like this because of your work. And if you're like, but I'm not that creative, I'm not a decorator, don't worry, they have a guide in-game. Like, if you're not that kind of creative, it's like you need to buy this specific furniture, and there will be an image, try to make it look like this. Is your ear red right now? Is it? Probably. I think it's from my headphone doing this. It is a combat game. It combats your stress. That's true. Yeah. I have like 3 unused 1-month Game Pass Ultimate codes. Will that be the new currency after the government funny money collapses? Yeah. Hold on to that, because when we are all crawling through the dirt and the rubble, searching for water and scraps of food, you'll basically be like a post-apocalyptic warlord with that. Like Game Pass Ultimate subscriptions will be the new form of currency in the post-collapse world that we will be entering in the next couple of years. So hoard those. Alrighty, fellas, it is almost midnight for me, so I'm gonna be heading out. Okay. The most girly game I play is Palia. I think I remember when that game launched on the Switch. I wouldn't even say that's girly. Like they're just like cozy games, you know? Like with how overstimulating a lot of action games have become, just due to, you know, like graphical fidelity, but also like an inability to understand that pacing is important. You know, Battlefield 6, looking at you. It's made me appreciate that cozy games have started to get really impressive looking, and, you know, their production value is getting a lot better. Like House Flipper 2. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. I shall see you all later, okay? You all take care of yourselves. You eat your veggies, eat your greenies. And yeah, I will see you later. This was fun. Thank you, everybody, for joining. I'm trying to find a way to shut off the stream. Where is it? There it is. Okay.